Good morning, beautiful humans. And yeah, all right, day 24 of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. Day 24. Next up, the defense. All right, we lived through it. We survived it. We survived the Commonwealth's case in chief. We all had feelings. We all felt certain ways. We laughed. We cried. We were angry. And now it's the defense's turn to put their case in chief on. And I'm here for it. I don't know about y'all, but I'm definitely here for it. I'm ready. I'm ready for action. I'm ready to find out if this guy's name is pronounced Disorga or Disorgia. Only that man, when he says his name, will give us the true answer. And I'm ready for the case in chief in general. But today we'll start off, I imagine, with the motion for directed finding or directed verdict, whatever they call it in Massachusetts. It'll have some version of that name, and it will be interesting. It will be denied. I don't want everybody getting all upset bright and early because these things are usually denied. That's not to say that they're not ever granted, but for the most part, they're denied. Canoni is going to find that they've definitely put enough out there that it should go to a jury. But for the record, for the appellate record, it will be argued, and we will hear that argument. I hope it's not at sidebar. I don't know what the lengthy sidebar was yesterday. It was so long. I was starting to think that they did this argument yesterday at sidebar, which would have really annoyed the shit out of me. And maybe they did. I mean, I don't know. She said she had to talk to the lawyers about something this morning. So I had us originally set for 8:20. And then Allison ripped me out of a beautiful sleep at like 6:55. Mom, we got to start it on time. I'm like, what? What is going on here? So yeah, we're starting on time. I'm gonna take a peep. So what's up with you beautiful humans? Happy Friday. Glorious weekend. We've got some glorious weather in the Chicagoland area. Looks to be about 78 right now out there. I'm being the human barometer that I am. Glorious day out. And I'll be here on the ball with y'all, because I love you. All right, let's see. Hopefully you guys got to check out Betterol with us last night. Had another great conversation that is. And I had to dip because I had told Core TV like a week ago that I would come on, and I went on there. And then Allie took it home and ended the stream a little early, I heard. She's so cute. All right, let me see. Let me see what I can find here. See what's what. See what's really going on. What the dog doing? Let's see. All right, I got some of these guys. Should I tell you guys what I'm doing? Technically speaking, Allison loves when I do that. She'll be with us momentarily. She's doing all the things that she does in the morning. Brisk calisthenics. I wish she was making us some coffee. I got a good night's sleep, but I still feel a little leapy. I'm a little leapy still. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Trying to make sure I don't have any other tubes that come up while I'm tubing this one, because the two sets of sound makes me feel like I'm not mentally well. All right, let's see here. We got this guy. Microdots from yesterday. So nice. All right, OnlyFan, it's pumping. I'm gonna give it to y'all. Right, yeah. Come on, baby. Kids are waiting for Rage Fest, Friday Rage Fest. Now, we won't have as much raging except on cross-examinations. It'll be less rageful during the defense's case in chief until, of course, Brennan starts cross-examining witnesses. Then there will be plenty of rage, I'm sure. All right. There she is. Oh, it's so big. It's so big. It's really crushing the... Mandy made that awesome time drift. Clocks are different. That's the people were calling it the time drift thing, but in my world, it's clocks are different. Oh, you're feeling the pain this morning a little bit there, Mary? Yeah, my cats are fighting. Oof. I could use one of your, if you've been following the channel for a while, you know that I've had this real battle with squirrels that keep eating their way through the fascia board and living in our attic. And, like it's been like 3 times I've gotten them out, cruelty-free, trapped them, brought them out to a nature area, let them out, hopefully far enough away. They seem to make it back every time. And then I've got like this, like at least 4 birds' nests on the house on various corners that are way too high up for me to get to. And, I'm like, I'm not going to mess with a bird's nest because there's little baby bird eggs in there and then baby birds. And, so I'm like, whatever. And then I find that a bird has somehow pulled a small piece of our brick like facing of the front of the house out and has somehow gotten in because we see all the pink insulation, and it's created a nest now inside of the house. We've had a bunny that has created a nest.
Introducing
Duck. Why do you want to come in and like blow my shit up?
Oh, I thought you already said it.
I didn't say it yet.
You're building up to it. Damn it.
Well, there's no point in the story now. You've ruined it.
No, keep going.
That's like coming in. You're like my dad and watching movies. Oh, this is where the guy dies in the scene. What? Wait, we have it. Yeah.
Like, and he really does do that. Tell them about the bunnies because the bunnies were so cute.
Yeah, so we get out there one day. We've got like a big planter, and adorable little bunny had little baby bunnies that were all in this planter, and Allison and the girls were so excited. And
don't judge us, but when the mom would go during like the day, we'd take the bunnies out for a little bit and we'd play with like one bunny, and then we'd put the bunny back, and we did that like every day until one day the bunnies were all grown up and hopped away.
Yeah. And then
I wanted to keep it, by the way, but I looked it up and it sounded really mean to keep it.
Yeah, you can't keep the bunnies.
No.
Let the bunnies go. Free the bunnies. And then 2 days ago, I should actually show you the video. I walk out of the front door, and then there's like an adorable box turtle. So we've got a retention pond, lake, whatever. It's pretty decent size. It's actually a preserved wetland.
Now it is, yeah.
That's probably about, I'd say, 300 yards. So we can see it. If I could just
we've got
one neighbor's tree, I'd have a beautiful, well, it was a lake view.
Technically,
I just like did something to make that tree die, and I could cut that thing down, then we'd have a perfect view of it. But so at any rate, I come out and there's this turtle. I'm like, what in the hell? And this turtle is like,
it looks like it's coming up out of the ground.
It does, except the hole's not big enough because it's like the box, its shell is probably about this big around. So and I come to realize that it's laying eggs. Like this turtle has found its way past all these other houses, come to the front, got to where our mulch is, like dug beyond the mulch, got down into the earth and laid its turtle eggs in there. And then I told Allie, I'm like, don't don't mess with it. Don't pick it up. Just let it do what it's gonna do. And
Because we almost thought about, oh, we should put this little guy down by the.
yeah,
Luckily,
well, then I realized
then
it
we
was
right.
hiding its egg. So we end up I get back. I think I went to go pick up Scarlett, and we get back and it's already all covered up. Like, can't even tell it was there. So yeah, I mean, I've come to the conclusion, and it partners up with the fact that when we were in Florida, we went to some adventure type park with Allison's parents, the in-laws, and there was a place where there was like, they had a lot of birds. It was like kind of a bird sanctuary. And we're sitting in there, and there's like, I don't know, 10, 12 people in there. And like, I had like 9 of these birds land on me. I had like 2 on my hat, 3. We have pictures of it.
Yeah. The lady said she had never seen that many birds land on one person, even the employees.
So yeah, I think I'm Dr. Doolittle. I'm pretty sure. Like, the only thing I haven't been able to do is talk with them. And I told Allison, I said, I think it's high time that I really try to start talking with the animals. I mean, clearly the animals are communicating and are telling the other animals that our house is a safe haven, that we don't harm the animals.
Well, I don't know that the mom of that rabbit would agree if she knew that we were playing with her bunnies when she wasn't around.
You didn't hurt the bunnies.
No, of course not.
You didn't remove the bunnies. You just let them do their business. And yeah, so yeah, there's that. There's your feel good story for the morning. I'm pretty sure. Wait, what?
Bob is a Disney princess.
Shiloh says Dr. Scott brushes squirrels with the toothbrush.
Well, take a back seat, Bobby.
I don't think so. Maybe
Bobby takes a back seat to no one.
He could have my sidecar. Like, Dr. Scott will be in the sidecar of the Dr. Doolittle motorcycle. Yeah, so there's that. All right. So what do you think, babe? You ready for the defense?
I am. I'm hoping. I wonder what it was. A pretty long sidebar yesterday. I wonder what they were discussing. If it wasn't, because it's like, as you said yesterday, it'd be unusual for the motion for directed finding or verdict to be at a sidebar. And she did say she needs to talk to the lawyers in the morning, and actually was, thinking enough to just tell the jurors to come later. Yes, Judge Canoni, when you need to talk to the lawyers, just tell the jurors to come in a little later. So,
kind of her.
Right. I'm assuming we're expecting oral argument today on a motion for directed verdict. That's never, I'm sure, Bob, you already said this, never going to be granted. Bob and I have had the motion granted as to some counts. I can't remember ever maybe on some of the smaller cases, because sometimes we did take like small cases. So I think we actually have like like bench trial type thing, gotten actual directed verdict, period. And I've definitely gotten them on like whatever little things, but not like a serious trial. But we've had serious charges dismissed or found with a judgment of not guilty during the directed finding. But that is, we all know that that's not anything that's going to happen here. It's just for the record, which I'm assuming you already told everybody as well.
I did indeed.
So, I mean, I'm going off of what everyone is saying, what you've said, Bob. I don't know where everyone's getting this from, if it's from the X machine or the defense has actually said something that it's going to be DeSoga. And I'm hoping that he can get into.
The question is DeSorga or DeSorja?
No.
Mark was calling him DeSorja. Calling him DeSorja. I was calling him DeSorga.
Huh.
Sounds like an Italian name. So I don't know.
Well, I guess we'll have to hear what he says.
Names.
So Mark was saying DeSorja.
DeSorja, yeah.
Not DeSorga.
Well, we'll find out as soon as he takes a stand. Like, he will say how he pronounces his last name, and then that will end the debate. That will end the debate.
Not that Mikey says, I feel like it feels like the scene from the Titanic. Been 84 years to get to this point. I'm ready to go.
So I don't know how many of you out there watch Handmaid's Tale, but Allie and I watched the series finale last night, and I was.
And I don't mind all things not being tied up. Like, I don't need everything tied up in a bow. But it just, I was like, who wrote this episode? Like from the jump. Like, I'm like, the soundtrack was a little juvenile. Everything was, Bob was like, everything's rushed. We're not going to tell you how it ends. Right. We're just telling you we weren't.
Maybe you'll love it. If you do, you've got terrible taste in TV. But
hand it to Bob.
It's
but
not
if you do, you suck.
It's not one of those situations like The Sopranos, which was a very, very divided take on that, on whether you loved it or you hated it.
It was.
I loved it. It was amazing, and the fact that people were debating about it is what made it amazing. Like, if you think,
and it was so well done.
It was. I've watched it 5 times, like the whole series 5 times. So it's like, that was a phenomenal ending. I love that open ending thing. You know, I've seen theses written on whether or not Tony died.
Right.
You know, like this, and all I'm telling you for the fans, and we were huge fans of Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
This ain't that. It just, like, I knew halfway in, I'm like, this thing sucks. Like, they're just mailing it in with this thing. They're like, you know, it's like a bunch of like, you know, just like scenes that they cram together with like inappropriate music, you know, to just make you feel a certain way. And like, it really fell flat for me. So
there's
enjoy
that.
Enjoy that.
Giggle Glimmer says, morning, Allie and Bob. Babe. What?
Good job. You had a tough time with that name yesterday.
Well, that was when I wasn't looking at it. Tell me something good. She's got the funk. This morning. Missed first half of Better Alive, but it was amazeballs. Thank you. And we love that song.
Yeah, we always love having Mark on.
Yeah. Contrary Mary says, my cats were fighting last night. Coffee isn't working for me. I need coffee myself. Stephanie Evison, good morning, Bob and Alice.
Wow.
Reporting from Canada. Nice.
Yay. We love our Canadian neighbors.
Aaron Reed.
Thank you for your generosity. All of you so far.
Distracted therapist. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
DT
McMillan. Happy Defense Case Day, everyone.
Now, Allie.
Yes.
A serious question.
Okay.
Obviously.
Serious man.
Well, I don't know about that, but Tracy is clearly from England.
Yes.
She sent us pounds. What is your preference on the spelling of defense? As you know, or may not know, I'm sure you know this. They spell it with the C as opposed to the S. What is your preference?
Well, obviously I'm used to the S, but if I was just spelling the word, I think
I'm not asking you how you'd misspell it, because you're not a good speller.
No, I'm just saying I think that the C is the more appropriate way to actually spell it. But I
prefer the British way, because I think it just looks cooler. So like, it's as simple as that. Like, it's more pleasing to my eye to read it like that than it is with the S. I don't know what it is. It's probably because of that thing that, you know, like, I've got that theory that the British just seem smarter because of the way that they speak than Americans. You know, it's I love a British accent. I just love it. Yeah. It's my jam. So thank you, Tracy. We appreciate you.
John Miller thinks that little bird that's been getting you is quite the engineer. The bird that took all the stuff out.
Yeah. I mean, you know, but that bird is very clear that it's not an exact science. Building nests.
It's war with that guy.
Kind of wings it.
Well, it doesn't seem very comfortable to use insulation for your nest.
Yeah, I mean, like
Got all
insulation,
those.
it's come a long way from like the fiberglass days.
Wait, it doesn't have fiberglass anymore?
I don't think so. I was picking it up out of the yard with no gloves on. This is like the stuff they blow in. Oh,
Whoa.
You are unmuted.
Aw, family hug, Emma. Welcome.
Thanks, Papa G.
Coming in hot.
Lori G says the new show Testaments is in production on, so it's not over yet. Handmaid's spinoff. Oh,
Saw Margaret.
So I was told counsel want to see me at sidebar.
Oh my God.
why sidebar? Why sidebar? She probably just says at sidebar. I just
She's
heard
exhausting. She
lawyers
really
want to
is.
talk to me.
It's like I'm all excited, and she's just gonna come in and shit all over my excitement every single day. Oh, the lawyers want to see me at sidebar. Oh, wow. She's so much. Oh, Gannicus. It's Gannicus's birthday. It's Megan's son. Sweet little Gannicus. Happy birthday, Gannicus.
Happy birthday to ya.
Do it again.
I'll start. You come in.
Okay.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to
Why are you
ya.
going so slow?
Because you didn't catch up right, I didn't think.
What
I felt
is
like we were
going-
off.
You
Happy
were
birthday.
off.
That's all I can say at this point. Bob and I are failing.
We love you, Gannicus. We hope you have an amazing 9th birthday today. Hopefully your mom takes you to do something spectacular because you deserve it. You're a sweet little guy. And tell your mom next time, Gannicus, next time she leaves a voicemail, she's not asking the questions for you. You ask your own questions, buddy.
I thought he did talk at one
He
point.
did the first time,
Yeah.
and then there was the next time where he didn't. I like to hear his voice. Like that, I like to hear all your voices, and that includes your youngsters if they have questions.
Hey, just to put this out there, don't. If you still see my face at 9:00, I'm supposed to be in Zoom court. So
Hey, listen, you're supposed to have Zoom court at 9. Reminder.
I'll be right back. Actually.
Oh, Susan, you're still in the good stuff. You're still in the good stuff. Love Handmaid's Tale. Man, it was like, and I had read Margaret Atwood's book prior to them making the show. I have not read Testaments, though. I own it. I've got it on Audible, but like for various reasons, I haven't read it yet, mostly time. And every time I happen to like there's a few. Oh, Dr. Shiloh's birthday's tomorrow. What? Since we're not going to be live tomorrow, Dr. Shiloh, if you're still in here, first and foremost, we love you. And second, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope your beautiful family celebrates you because you deserve it. The world is a better place because you're in it. And that's facts. Right. So you guys been going wait, I was talking about something and I got sidetracked. Oh, so I do Audible. I love reading, but I find I fall asleep very quickly when I start reading. And it's irritating because it's like I'm on the same chapter for a month. Because like 3 pages in, I'm falling asleep and then I forget what I read. So I start the chapter over. It's like the cycle of insanity a little bit, you know? It's like I keep doing the same thing over and over, hoping for a different result. And yet it's always the same thing. So I listen to Audible. So I buy the book. I love Audible. I think Audible's great. I should be doing Audible books. Like I haven't thrown my hat in the ring there yet, but I think I'd be pretty good at it. So Stephen King dropped a new one, Never Flinch. I got that fired up. That's what I've been listening to. And I love the writer Anthony Horowitz, who writes mystery novels. He's a throwback to like Agatha Christie and the old Sherlock Holmes And I always love that stuff. And he actually was authorized by the estate to write a new Sherlock Holmes book, and he's written a few of them. They're really good. They're really good. But he's got like great little mystery books if you like mysteries, like old school type stuff where you've got a bunch of suspects, and he's kind of transitioned to where he's got this thing where it's really interesting. He's writing in first person as him, the writer, as Anthony Horowitz, and he's partnered up with this old gruff detective, and they all take place over in Great Britain. And he and they're solving like actual crimes or actual murders that have taken place. And it's really well done. It's funny. He's funny. Like I'll be walking down the street, like laughing out loud. It's just, they're well done. I highly recommend, if you haven't read any of Anthony Horowitz's stuff, you should. They're enjoyable. I think any of you true crime buffs would really enjoy them. They good. They real good. Yeah, I'm only about a chapter into the new Stephen King. I love Stephen King. He's so great at writing. He's a phenomenal storyteller. How that guy pumps out the books like he does is unbelievable. But you know that he's got probably 5-6 books going at one time. Like he's able to change courses and get his mind back on track for one story. But he develops his characters so well. He writes dialogue so well. I love his storytelling. Early on in his career, my only criticism was that he had a hard time finishing books. And, a lot of times I was like, man, it's like that was an amazing book, and then it just kind of like fell flat at the end. Like I really felt like he did not know how to, finish a book and the story. But he's gotten better at it. He's gotten much better at it. Whoa, Stacy, that's impressive. That is impressive. My dad's a big reader. Still reads. He's old school. He burns through the books too. He does a lot of reading. Like he's one of those guys that doesn't have a TV in his room. He doesn't go to, doesn't watch TV in his room. He's reading, which is good. It's better. It's better than TV. Lengthy sidebar. Eliza, was that Eliza that just flew by there? Or was that I didn't catch her. I'm trying to read. Oh, let's see. We got some more comments in here. Oh, interesting. All right, we'll pull that up. Yeah, Lori says new show Testaments is a production, so it's not over yet. Handmade spinoff. All right. Yeah, I did. Like I said, I have it. I didn't know if it was a spinoff per se or if it was just a continuation of the story. Kind of like Martin with.
We'll start with the required finding argument.
Okay, there we go. There it goes. Yeah, as I say, I imagine Alan's going to make this.
So I'll hear you whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there's not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once. She saw it pull up twice. She saw it pull up a third time. And then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed. And she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian. Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat.
Yes.
That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time.
Including the tire marks.
There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind it. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Miss Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03. And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body, the only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe, testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall.
They put evidence with no intent.
Witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst. And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, 0. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons, or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty-bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice, to dismiss all 3 counts. And certainly, taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty-bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
All true. All true. They did not prove the case.
Brennan doesn't really need to say much at all.
Yeah.
I would have added a couple things there. They put on evidence of a lack of intent. That last clip.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based on the serum conversion, and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus, from her shattered right taillight, that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data. And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way.
She should dismiss
And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions at night after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional.
Sounds like negligent.
And any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back. In addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup.
You put on evidence of an
And we
accident.
hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis about hitting and clipping him.
Possibly
As to
unknowingly.
leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
What? That's how he supported intentional homicide?
The motion,
I mean, if she was an honest broker, she'd dismiss 1 and 3 because of what we know, that they found a verdict.
Well, she'd at
Reached
least
a verdict.
dismiss intentional.
I think she'd dismiss 1 and 3. She'd just keep two on the board, but she won't.
Because first of all, what I would have additionally argued there is that the Commonwealth put on evidence that if this happened, it happened by mistake and that she did not even realize it. That's how they ended their case. That's evidence they put on the record. I mean, I thought maybe somehow could I have hit him and I didn't realize it. So that's not leaving the scene knowingly. That's not intentional. He can't, it's ridiculous. Bob's going to come up and unpause it. But there's no way it's getting granted, but he's right. It should be granted.
Yeah, let's go.
is
Find beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element
Oh,
of
you
each
didn't
and
even
every
need
one
to
of
do
these charges.
All right, thank you. So the motion is denied as to all 3 of them. On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about proposal. So we're
Probably
ready
on
to
clips.
bring the jury in. I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan? Mr.
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul.
What do you mean,
All right,
are
so
you
let's-
ready?
You ready?
He better be ready.
Oh boy. All right. So
I don't know
Yeah.
if you looked at this motion Lily mentioned.
Tracy sent them.
Did you address this? That Anne says again, and this has been brought to our attention a bunch of times. 2022, Welcher was not allowed to testify because he was found uncredible. Could that have been brought up as to his credibility? Absolutely. And as Bob mentioned last night on our live with Mark Betterow, he's being recalled, Welcher, on rebuttal. Maybe they're saving it for then. And if they didn't already know, hopefully by then they will know. There's so many of you talking about it. It can absolutely be brought up. Always, always. That's a core function of the confrontation clause, to bring up anything that speaks to his credibility.
Yeah, and I was thinking, and I think I said it during Mark's thing last night, that
Yeah, I just said that. Rebuttal.
it would make sense.
Yeah.
You know,
Save it.
It's like, it's always annoyed me, and I understand why they get the last word because it's their burden, but it's always annoyed me that the state gets the last word in trials. That would be a really nice way if he's
Judicial
going to
reform.
yeah, that would be a really nice way for them to be able to really blast a hole in that guy during the rebuttal case because I mean it's like it's on all fours. It's like it was that 8 mile an hour thing.
You read it, or you're going off of what we've been told?
No, I've read people that have read it.
Right. I was gonna read it and speak to it. Maybe I'll do it on lunch.
Yeah. All right. So I pulled up the one of the filings. There's a Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery, and filed by the Commonwealth. Obviously, the defense noticed that it intends to call Kelly Denver, like the city, as a witness in their case. The Commonwealth moves pursuant to Rule 14 for all written communications, including prior inconsistent statements and a summary of all oral communications made to any member of the defense team. Interesting.
By who? By this Kelly person?
Kelly Denver. Who knows about Kelly Denver? What's
Yeah,
her
someone
deal?
give us some intel.
Give us the deets.
Meanwhile, distracted therapist says Bev is a giant douche canoe. I also would have pointed out that the Commonwealth could not establish, even if they established, based in the light most favorable to them, that there was that John O'Keefe was unalived by a car accident. That they have him standing in the middle of the road on a snowy night, and it's equally plausible that that he was struck by somebody else, and that Welcher had all the measurements wrong on the car. So his thing is garbage, sprinkle it up, throw it away.
Thank you, Sleuthie. She worked for Canton PD on 129 of 2022.
Anything else, Luth?
Yeah, what do we think she's saying? What are the inconsistent statements potentially?
Oh, I think they're just asking for that because the defense did, don't you think?
I mean, she clearly must have said something recently that they would have.
I don't know, but the defense filed that motion that they wanted, everything that any witness who said they were hesitant to testify. So I didn't know if that was like a tick for tack kind of thing, or if it was based on actually something that happened. Because you never know with Brennan. You never fucking know. All right, Liz Reed. Love you both on here. My family, my sister, and her forever fearless team. Well, thank you very much. And I know that's how at least much of our audience feels, that your family, your sister, and her team are all fearless.
All
We
right.
appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no, I sent her some love via, because it was during the argument. Yeah, we're all behind Karen and your whole family, Liz. Thank you so much.
The Bear returns in June.
Love the Bear. I'm a huge Bear fan. I think Allison's like a tepid Bear fan.
Well, you talking about the song The Bear?
No, there you go. There's proof. Proof
The
positive.
Bears? The Bears?
No, the Bear the show?
Oh, yeah. I'm tepid. I
About
do
the-
like it, and then I don't like it, but I do like it.
It's a
But
phenomenal.
then you watch it a lot without me, so I get behind, and then I
It's your
really don't like
tepid.
it.
It's your tepid.
Yeah.
So like I feel no obligation to watch it with you because you're tepid. Like, and I'm sitting there loving episodes, and you're like, meh. I'm like, what?
That was the early ones of the
Are we
second.
watching the same thing?
The early ones in the second were throwing me off, or the early one.
It was brilliant. The Christmas, whatever it was, Four Fishes was one of the greatest
That was amazing.
hours of TV I've ever seen in my entire life. If they
Yeah,
all
I think it's
went-
mostly because you watched episodes without me, and then he expects me to just kind of, hop in and follow
Listen,
along.
man, you choose to watch Bikini Island. That's
No, stop.
you know, that's
Stop.
you spend your valuable time.
That's not even true, though.
watching Bikini Island.
That was a COVID.
What? Are you going to sit on this live and lie to our people? Is that what
Well, did I ever watch any reality show before COVID? Ever?
I don't probably.
What?
Yeah,
Well, did I ever watch anything like that?
probably.
I never watched any of the like the romantic, things. The first one we watched, COVID, was Married at First Sight.
I will say you did not watch The Bachelor. Like you've never been a
No,
Bachelor.
I never watched any of that stuff.
Let's see. Dr. Shiloh says, hey, we're going to have an episode that comes out next Wednesday about true versus false confessions and what the data says the difference are if your audience is interested. I'm interested.
Sure, our audience is interested.
I keep wondering if Shiloh and Scott are ever going to invite us over to their show.
Wow, talk about passive aggressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was just straight up
Just
aggressive.
right?
There's nothing passive about that.
They're already two. They definitely can't have both of us. It's too much.
Shiloh, the serious question: Are you guys coming to True Crime Podcast Festival? You better be. You better
When
be.
is that again?
It's the 18th and 20th of July in Boston.
In Boston. Just to get off track real quick. This trial has been going on too long because I just remembered when I went upstairs. Oh, I gotta keep an eye on the time. When I went upstairs, that I had a dream. Alessi was in it, and we were like talking about
Bob.
what?
How dare Bob enter your dreams?
No, but it was like
Should I be
like
worried?
a
You are
lawyer
unmuted.
thing. We were like talking about cases. I'll tell you about it later. It wasn't this case, but I think it was only him. I don't think it was the rest of the team. And then there was like a bunch of true crime outings going on. It was weird.
Oh, what? That's disappointing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're not doing Crime Con, but we're doing True Crime Podcast.
God, I'm gonna have to get on this Zoom court as soon as they start their case.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Maybe I'll get on from my
Court is
phone.
now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, council. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from it? The defendant had case, but I hear that you
Bye,
are.
Bev.
So your first.
With the court's permission, we would ask that Matthew DeSoto join us.
Okay.
Wait, what did he say? Bloop it back real quick. Well, he'll say his name on the
The
stand.
witness is taking the stand.
I didn't know if he said DeSoja or DeSoga.
I feel like I won. I feel like I won the pronunciation battle.
I don't know. It sounded like he might have said DeSoja.
I disagree. He said Sorga.
I mean DeSoja. I don't know. Let's hear. Is it boosted?
Sorga.
Boosted.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give before the jury in the case down here
It's
is the truth,
boost.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I got to get the banner. Luthi says,
I want to hear him say his name. Sorry.
wow.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. DeSogra. Could you please state your full
Sogra.
name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Matthew DeSogra, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
Mark was right.
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
Staying on that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense. And as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand. Broadly.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit. What about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them. So we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota/Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say, how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle. Then we can download the data that the vehicle stored. And now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you've just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed, in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Have you attended data? I'm sorry, have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level. And then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does. And it requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
Yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components, it's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval? And recovery?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Ms. Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2, 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events. So we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's
to
permission.
Go ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor.
This guy is so much more credible than Burgess. It's like crazy.
So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, and this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that long.
That's my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it, let me ask you this, does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event,
of the recording event.
not
So-
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger. by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't
Okay.
remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so sidebar on some clarification on how she wants him to get that in. I mean, noticeably different type of expert, right? I mean, he's super clear, super concise. I mean, the way that it was nice that Jackson kind of did that demonstrative slap to kind of like, because it catches your attention, right? And it gives you that clear concept that a trigger event is one point in time. And it was just a very, very concise explanation, which is pleasant. You know, you're not sitting here with your, smoke coming out of your ears trying to figure out what the hell the guy's talking about. So right from the onset, he's a much more articulate expert in terms of describing what can be described as somewhat technical information trying to get conveyed to the jury. So he's winning there. I'm ready for all this. We didn't work through all the reports.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to my question. Was there any circumstance based on your review that if the text stream event occurred at 12:31:38, that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake
Yes.
in March of 2025?
Yes,
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no, the answer is.
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point, did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the main differences? Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original
Correct.
report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, boy. How'd it go on your Zoom?
It went all right. It went all right.
Hmm. I like to think that Disorga's Italian, so I've decided to call him Enzo. Enzo Disorga.
all right.
Handsome Italian guy. I actually looked up I was trying to see if that surname was
All right,
Italian.
so let's talk about what the judge is trying to do here. He's trying to get in about the differences in the report, and she's shutting it down.
Yeah.
He's sustaining
Oh.
objections. What are we guessing this is about? I
think he's trying to lay the foundation to get his PowerPoint in, and I don't know why he's having such a tough time.
to get his own witnesses PowerPoint in.
Sounds like it. I mean, here I want to bloop back a little bit so you can hear the last question.
And the objection just before it, I guess.
Clarifying occurred.
Range. And there are some.
I think you're good.
Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
That's leading.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
That
Did you
makes no
seek to
sense.
clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah. All right. So now zip and see if she's back. This is ridiculous. I cannot for the life of me. Maybe my mind's just not here yet, and I'm still thinking about court, but I'm really having difficulty. Look, Alessi had a little suggestion. Understanding why she cares if he sought to clarify
Yeah.
the other
Yes.
guy's report.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason?
Look, she's
what
like,
was the
okay.
purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So she just didn't like, did you seek to
Yes.
clarify what he did? And he probably could have said it.
Would
Did
you
you
mind
seek
taking a look
to
at that
clarify this time
multi-page
discrepancy?
document I just handed you and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it?
The whole line of testimony since the beginning when he asked if he made a PowerPoint has been that main foundation. It's like she's just being a shitbag.
What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes,
And it's complete?
it appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
May I have that back from you for just a quick second?
208.
Thank you. I mean, I'm being like as independent as possible. This guy is just coming off like night and
Your Honor,
day
permission to
to Welcher.
display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DeSober, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is the how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come
Taking
on.
a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first,
Time.
I guess, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the,
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
No, I'm going to allow it.
the phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So what
Did you, I'm sorry, Mr. DeSogra, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162.2 ends at 12:31:43. And they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event. So I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording. Yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12/31/38.
Correct.
Did you put a name on this?
It's at 5 seconds
gap,
after.
if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12/32/09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So this here, what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
Yes.
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all of the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively.
Okay.
From Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah, so this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where
Babe.
the 3-second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Miss Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3-second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus, but without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3. And then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report, his page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report.
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask it to.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point term.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as 0.154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point, you said, was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The Aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those two times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that third column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So in this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes positive 6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and point 154 on one table. And I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
Wow. Wow.
You've already indicated that you
See what the
received
jurors are
the
doing.
second
Getting some
report in
updates.
May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that
Of
report.
course he does. Of course he
Go to
does.
Slide 13.
I mean, we wouldn't expect anything less at this point. Man, somebody
Describe what we're looking at.
get us some updates
this
on
slide.
jurors.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty.
This fucking guy.
He basically assesses that
Well, he's just doing whatever he wants.
3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3.
Wow.
So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support one
Jeff.
point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data
Sorry,
indicate
did I?
anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point term?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Wait,
Does Mr. Burgess in his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
okay. He's got something in mind. Let's figure out what it is. Hey guys, we like when people have different sides. We like to hear from both sides, so no one do
In
insult.
your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report. And certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please.
Oops, forgot that
Describe what
3
we're looking at
seconds.
here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a
So there's
continuation of
the
the
second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you
But-
say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention
Crazy.
the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is
Same.
the continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay,
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
okay,
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because, again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Okay. Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes,
Is that 10%?
that is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained and it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
I'm going to see you sidebar for a second.
She was sustaining the objection initially because it was leading. But then when he asked him to do the math, I have no idea why she sustained the objection. It makes no fucking sense to me. So yeah, I mean, this guy's like refreshingly honest, right? You know, I mean, he's essentially what Alan's trying to get him to say basically is that all of the data, like Alan did not want him to answer the question about the reasonable degree of scientific certainty the way that he did. He wanted him to say, because there's 30 different options, essentially, that no expert should be saying with any reasonable degree of scientific certainty that's when it happened.
So how does he explain that he's not able to look at the data independently or to take the data and come up with the time himself?
I mean, he did. They got all that in. He gave a range. He's like very honest. He wasn't shitting all over Aperture's thing. Like his entire point is
they did it kind of right, but they forgot some stuff, so their math's wrong.
Well,
he
didn't answer. Yeah, but he didn't answer Alan's question the way he wanted him to, because he's essentially wanting him to say that Burgess or Welcher had the inability, they had no ability to be able to say with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that time that they're putting out there is dead balls on. And he said, well, he answered it. He's like, yeah, there's 3 out of the 30. So then Alan had to scramble. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like he wanted him to say, no, an expert shouldn't be saying within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty because there's too many variables. There's 30 different ways you could look at this.
But that guy did. He came up with a time within a reasonable degree of certainty.
Well, he came up with a bunch of times. That's what I'm saying. You weren't really paying attention. He wasn't necessarily shitting on Aperture. He's like, well, it's valid, but these are all valid, depending on which approach you're taking. Karen's not loving it.
Following your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay. Okay, we can take that slide down.
The jury gets the positive negative thing well enough.
Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module.
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car, ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records
Key
a
cycles.
lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed or the engine RPM or the accelerations of it.
Does the text stream data event indicate that there's and I'm talking about very specifically the text stream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the text stream data event mean that if you find a text stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
Yeah, why does he want to narrow it?
To see what's happening.
Oh, his shit gets heard, huh? He makes some ridiculous objection. They've been talking about the number of text stream events on the phone, I think, before.
Yeah.
She doesn't just say,
No,
I'll
yeah.
allow it.
Mills,
I'll
there
allow it.
is- I mean, like leading into the second trial, there were people online saying that, the text stream data was going to show that there was a collision, which was bullshit. Both sides experts said that there's no indication on the text stream data of a collision at all. So, but I mean, I'm always trying to put it into personal experiences, and with our vehicle, it's weird to me. It's strange.
That hers doesn't do the slam on the brake thing because she did hit that car in the driveway.
Yeah.
Ours would have
weird.
slammed on the brake, so we couldn't, but it was snowing, so that sensor could be impacted by that. Right.
Yeah, because it's strange to me that, because frankly, I think the primary thrust of text stream data was probably driven by
Insurance
and civil liability, motor vehicle accident claims. And so, it's weird to me that that would not be something that they would make sure to have pick up in terms of text stream data if there's a collision and as to when it happened.
Do you think that it's more to prevent people from being able to sue the car company and say that the car that whatever accident occurred was a result of a manufacturing defect or something? Because they're going to be more concerned about themselves and the claims that the car makers get, oh, you're defaulted, whatever. So they're like, yeah, no, you were driving this fast, you were going, so I guess to your same point, then you would think it would want that data. But I think they're more concerned with what were you doing with the car at the time, because it wasn't my manufacturing.
Yeah, but if it's not showing that a collision occurred at all, that data in relation to when there's an impact is useless. It's weird to me. I mean, you could be right in terms of the carriers that represent, and huge umbrella policies and policies that cover automobile manufacturers with respect to defect stuff. I could definitely see that, but don't underestimate the amount of money that's at stake with just straight up MVAs, motor vehicle accidents. I mean, there's a huge amount of money there. And
you mean the insurance companies going to the manufacturers?
There's a huge lobby. I wouldn't be surprised if they, poured in cash for R&D, to get, that's helpful to them to not pay out claims. Anybody who deals with insurance companies, they don't want to pay out claims and they're going to want everything in their arsenal to, not have to pay out claims in terms of
Right.
litigation. So I don't know. It's weird to me. It's really, really weird.
Yeah. What the hell's Hank? Whatever Hank thinks he's saying over there, he's gaslighting you, Judge Canoni, and you let him do it every time. How many times does he have to say something not true? I mean, I'm over that she's going to reprimand him.
And
But
why
to where
is it
she's
so
gonna
goddamn long?
Right.
Like-
She's gonna stop believing him.
I don't even know what this sidebar is about, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
Like Hank just says objection and like, if it's clearly leading, okay. But in terms of like the nitpicking type of bullshit, in terms of this guy giving his opinion, especially because he's an honest broker. You know what I mean? I mean, the guy flat out said, he's like, I'm not up here saying that Aperture's analysis was horseshit. What I'm saying is that they cherry picked the information, and that what
They
he should
forgot
have
some
said is
numbers.
their expert should
He
not.
definitely said they forgot some math.
Oh yeah, I
They're
mean,
math and don't math.
well, they cherry picked out of the 30. They cherry picked what was, the one that fit the Commonwealth's narrative, and that's it. So that's why Alan really wanted him to say, because it's like that reasonable degree of whatever certainty, whether it's scientific, medical, it's a term of art, okay, and it's a term of art that only experts can say, and it's supposed to carry weight. All right, it's supposed to carry weight, and what Alan was trying to get him to say is because of the fact that there's 30 different scenarios, no expert should have gotten on the stand and said with a reasonable degree of medical or scientific certainty that this was the time that it occurred. Like he shouldn't have said that, because it wasn't within his ability to say it, because there were 30 different events or scenarios that could have occurred. So that's in by no stretch of the imagination scientific certainty, a reasonable degree of it.
Right.
So
And
he just, like, the guy's like super honest.
right. And yeah, with it being that the airbag deploying is what tells them if there was an incident, we know that it has to be at a certain level of impact, and that wouldn't have happened in the driveway, because that
And
was
this is one of the problems you get if it's true that this guy has only testified one time.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more questions.
As long as it takes.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just.
Bullshit. Yeah, you are.
no, she just wants to know when to take the break.
Sure.
You reviewed the text stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yeah.
You
You
want-
want to know when to take the break. I'm sorry to pause, but you know what? When she asks him that in front of a jury, it has an impact.
Yeah.
That-
And he doesn't
Problem is, she just left a fucking sidebar with Alan Jackson. Why didn't she ask him there? Instead, it makes it sound like this isn't that important. Let's wrap it up. And then she tries to, oh, well, I just want to, like, no one to make the break. It's bullshit. It's everything that she does is shitty.
Yeah,
Ugh.
Bob, I have to agree with you. That seems calculated that she didn't do it at the sidebar and she waited till he got back in front of the jury. And let me just say one
Just
more
left
thing.
the sidebar.
Right.
Why didn't she say how long? Alan,
Right.
like, give me an estimate. She's so full of shit. I can't stand it.
And let me just say, wait, and bloop back a sec. I just wanted to say the other thing is he doesn't want to break right now. He wants the jury to hear he won that sidebar. What I was about to ask, here I come asking it again.
Yeah. All right, I blooped it back a couple.
You reviewed the text stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
I wish he'd ask, are collisions ever clocked? I'm
He
dying.
did.
And last question, do any of the tech stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm so excited for this cross. I've just got to see what Hank thinks he's going to do, if he's going to be able to do it, what he's going to focus on.
He's going to focus on his relative lack of experience testifying. He's an expert.
He might do that and then say no more questions. I don't know.
Right. Because like I don't know. Like I honestly don't believe that Hank has a grasp of the science side of this to where he's
Okay.
going to be able to go at him hard. This
Jurors,
guy
we're
will-
going to take the
I'll
morning
do it.
recess. There's some things that I need to do with the lawyers. Indicate that we'll have you come back at 12.
All right, bloop, bloop.
We don't have much grouping.
We'll get enough to get to whatever she's about to say.
Can I see counsel at sidebar to save us some
Ah.
time, please?
At
Jesus.
sidebar. Again with the sidebar.
Her in the sidebars.
Ah,
See what they do here.
where
There's Aiden in the back against the wall. Tweeting away, barely paying attention to the trial. I can tell you from experience, if you're sitting there tweeting, you're not paying attention. Like when I'm tweeting, like I'm not hearing a goddamn word that's being said. I mean, I kind of am, but it's not registering.
legal
He's been a
legal
bit-
steel agreed with you. It implies that this is unnecessary.
Right.
When the judge asks, how much more time you got?
Right. It's
Do I remember? Did she ask that ever, Brennan? I can't recall. I mean, maybe I'm
I mean, yeah, we're clearly biased in here,
Right.
but you know, I mean, I don't. If she did, it was on very rare occasions. Like I have a feeling, yeah, people are saying never, nope, never.
no. This was just they were agreeing with you from before. I was getting. Oh, you're talking about more recent ones. I thought you were talking about the ones I was putting up.
Wait, no, I'm talking. They're answering if
Right, I
if
see it,
she
I see it.
ever asked Hank how much longer he had.
Right. I was sticking up the ones from before where people were commenting on your little rant about how she could have done that at a sidebar. And
All right, so let's talk about the significance of this time from the defense's perspective. All right, so let's assume that the jury has taken from DeSorga that, all right, we're not going to take what Burgess and Welcher said in terms of the event itself happening as something that's in stone. Okay, it could have been in the positive, negative, which I think the jury, I agree with the chat. I think that they understand that means like after or before.
right.
John's like,
Well, I missed some of that, so I was wondering from you guys, did it seem like it came off like they?
Yeah,
So yeah.
I would have probably tried to use some different wording.
Before and after.
Yeah, like before, just something like instead of positive, negative, like so. But here's what my question is to you and to the chat. Do you guys think that? All right, so let's assume that like I said, they're going to take whatever Burgess and Welcher said in terms of that time of that Burgess assigned to it with a grain of salt, and now we have a situation where the phone could have been locked after.
Mm-hmm.
Is a lot more likely, like 25 out of 30, or before.
And isn't that it? Can they stop there? Reasonable doubt.
Well, I mean, it depends, because is it a situation where you're using, because I can't remember what spelled like the real one Dr. Wolf said in terms of volitional acts.
He said he
Right.
could not make a volitional act.
So he wouldn't be able to
Nope.
lock the phone. All
Right.
So if you're taking those two things in conjunction with one another,
And was it a lock or a pocket lock? Because they had like the
no,
pocket lock.
like the pocket could have been John laying on top of it. That just means your camera's covered.
Okay.
Like that's what they consider, whatever they call that, a pocket lock or a pocket, whatever. So if we take their own expert who says that you're positive that he said that there could be no volitional acts. Like,
Yeah, that's my recollection. What are you guys feeling out there? Did the brain surgeon say no volitional acts after he was hit? He could have moved, but no volitional acts is what.
right. Like nothing that would, really require motor skills,
Right.
like using your fingers in a way that you're intending to use them. So, all right. So if that's true, a lot of the chat saying yes. So if that's true, then it's very powerful, right? Because then that means that it happened after the fact, which would mean that John wasn't struck. I mean, that's the takeaway from it.
So right there, if the jurors are back there during deliberations, which are not there yet, obviously, and they're discussing that, well, it could go either way. I mean, I really feel strongly that the evidence does show that that a volitional act took place after, and the others are saying, but it could be before, and they're like, but if it could be either way, isn't that thing they just described to us, reasonable doubt? That could be it.
Well, I mean, look, it's never going to be as simple as that it's it. But
All right.
in terms of chipping away at a major point of the Commonwealth's case, I mean, like I was on Vinny last night and he's living and dying by the timeline. I'm like, I don't give a shit about the timeline. What I care about is the science, and the science is not indicating by any witness, whether it's the Commonwealth or the defense, that John O'Keefe was struck by a motor vehicle. They have provided zero proof, zero evidence that John O'Keefe was struck. But like, this is like, I always hearken back to the Murdoch shit, because that was the first time that I'd ever seen them assign a time of death based on phone usage. It was the first case I'd ever seen that happen. Like, that was streamed, everybody was watching it, and they were using Maggie and Paul's phone is to literally assign when they believed that that's when Maggie and Paul died. And that's exactly, like, Hank took a page out of their book, and he created this timeline wherein, where he's essentially saying that it happened before, the lock event happened before John was hit when he got out of the car, and that's in his phone never did anything after that. So
how come we didn't have this problem though? Babe, sorry, babe, I cut you off. Go.
Yeah, no, I'm done. So yeah, no,
I was going to say, like, with Murdoch, I don't remember them doing any clock slipping. They had the time in the car, the time on the phone, the time he was driving. I don't even remember them talking about slippage.
Yeah, I mean, like,
slippage or whatever, floating. I don't know what that alignment.
Oh, you mean in terms of the vehicle moving up and down?
No. I'm talking about the time alignment. They didn't have that issue in Murdoch, and they were using, cell phone, car data.
4 years later, I mean, tech is constantly improving. They're constantly able to get more data. Like, I don't know that they had that data back then, or that they understood it. I'm sure that it would have been the case. You know what I mean? Because they had the same issues, because they had the OnStar data from Murdoch's vehicle, and then they had the phone. So it's like you had the same two issues. And Creighton Waters was very effective in terms of, this is when Murdoch turned his car on. This is when he left, the property. This is when he was on that road. This is where they, found whatever that was. Like, I can't remember if it was a gun or whatever that they found off the property. So but to go back to, yeah, I was opposite of another defense attorney on Vinny last night. And she, you know, she's not on the court TV payroll, right? She's like me, like a talking head. And she was on there and she was like the opposite side of me.
Yeah.
She's like, oh yeah, I found the timeline. John was hit.
Dead
Like,
on. Dead
case
on.
is over.
And he was outside of the car when they drove by and the light was on and they didn't see him. He was lit. That's exactly when he got outside of the car. So she's buying the full Commonwealth, you
Yeah.
know,
Like,
theory.
she's a defense lawyer. I think she was a former prosecutor.
But
And
you blink and he gets out of the car.
Interestingly, I saw the poster on her back wall regarding Whitey Bulger. And if you're not putting that together, Hank Brennan represented Whitey. I almost wanted to call her out.
So wait, what was it? I didn't see it.
Buddies with Hank. It was on Vinny's live last
No.
night.
What was the post? What do you mean a post?
It was like it looked like the cover of a book. I'm curious as to whether or not she wrote the book. It's interesting. Go back and watch that live, and you'll see it on her back wall. I'm like, man, this is really surprising. Like this, because like I was keeping it short. I'm like, you know what, Vinny? I'm like, the science has proven nothing to me. It's not guilty. Period. You know, like the science is the only thing that matters. I don't give a shit about the timeline in this scenario because John wasn't hit.
So she's a friend of Hank.
You could put John O'Keefe wherever you want at whatever time you want. But the fact of the matter is the science does not prove that John O'Keefe was struck by a motor vehicle.
Yeah.
That's all that matters to me. It begins and ends there. So I don't know. I thought it was interesting. No, it was strange to be.
Right. You're saying she might be buddy with Hank.
It was strange that she had that specific poster, which either was a book cover, you know, and it was like this side. You could clearly see it over her, what would have been her right shoulder. And I saw it right when she said, like, right when she was saying this shit. I'm like, huh. I'm like, I wonder if she's tight with Hank. Like, seriously, it's a
valid point. No, for sure. He's got people out there doing his dirty work. So this is interesting that DK says that I think Kelly Denver was the Canton cop that walked onto the Sally.
Her name's Deaver. I don't know if that's just another Hank like typo. He is prone to typos. So, but people are saying it's Kelly Deaver.
All right, whichever it is. So
he put Denver.
Right.
So
when
you're right in saying that.
When they were destroying the taillight, Turtle Boy wrote about her. She walked into and out of the Sally port. That's wild.
Wait, say it again.
So that she's the Canton cop that walked into the Sally port when they were destroying the taillight. Turtle Boy wrote about her. She walked in and walked out.
Whoa. For real?
I mean, you got a bunch. Are there others of you who have heard this? And is it from Turtle Boy? Let's see if anyone else.
I mean, Turtle Boy is not making shit up out of whole cloth ever. You can hate the way that he talks about people. You can hate the language he uses. You can hate, you know.
Oh, Riza says you can see a woman walk in and immediately walk out, like turn around.
Damn.
Kelly says, I thought that was Rafferty that walked in and out.
Damn.
Look up on turtleboy.com. One of you guys can. Bob has trouble navigating that website. You don't need to keep ranting about it.
I love his reporting, but that website sucks. At least on my phone. Maybe it's not as bad on the computer. On the phone, you guys have been on those websites on your phone where it's just the pop-ups are like unbearable. Like, wait. When you're scrolling down, you're accidentally hitting shit and it's bringing you to an ad and you can't figure out how to get back to the original page. And I have to reopen it's a nightmare.
So Little Miss Red Velvet, are you talking about, you checked your trial notes as to this Kelly Deaver? Because I don't remember that being mentioned in the first trial, but I don't know.
Will says that she's a Boston cop now. Interesting.
Wow.
I mean, that would be
I mean, is it possible she's just going to be like, yeah, that was me. I walked in and walked out, but I didn't see anything? Or like,
If she's towing the thin blue line, like if that's her move,
would they call her to just say that, you think? Just to be like, no, I didn't see anything. Like, well, it's awful suspicious how you walked in and walked out. And she's like, nope. I mean, is that enough for the inference that they would call her to say, no, she saw nothing? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it could just be a bluff by the defense to make Commonwealth quake in their boots a bit, especially if she knows something.
Her
You know,
back
I
is
mean,
fever.
the witnesses for the Commonwealth knows if she saw something or not. That's for certain. So, you know, she seems to be kind of a nondescript witness on the face of it, but now knowing that, she becomes a very dangerous witness. And like, that's why Hank's asking for, hey, if she's made any inconsistent statements from, so obviously initially she must have said, I didn't see anything.
Right. Well, Kaylee's saying they could be calling her just to be like, she saw Berkey and Higgins alone with the vehicle in the Sallyport. And that, I mean, that would be enough and would make more sense than just saying you turned in and turned out and it looks suspicious. And Ariel says she saw, and that's Chief Berkowitz and Higgins or someone else in the Sallyport with the Lexus for an unusual amount of time, according to Yannetti at a pretrial hearing.
Let me see what else we got here.
KKB says she thinks it was Proctor, and I'm sure if Will's still in here, he probably knows.
Will's definitely still in here.
Do you think, to a reasonable degree of MATA expert certainty, that Hank objecting at the rate he is more likely than not annoying the fuck out of the jury? I think so.
And I always hope that. Like I was talking about this yesterday. We always hope. It's like you're hoping as a defense attorney when the state's objecting constantly that it comes off as they're trying to hide the ball, and that you're hoping that the jury's thinking, well, like, why don't they want us to hear any of this? You know what I mean? But it's like, it's hard to know. It's like it's really, really. I know that there's people out there that think that they, you know, can, like, as much as I like getting Sue O'Connell's or Donnell's, whatever her name is, her updates, like her, I don't need her input on what she thinks because she has no idea what the jury's thinking. Just give us the reactions and that's it. You know, like they're writing a lot. Oh, they nodded their head. Somebody nodded their head. You still don't even know what that means. You know, you can never know what's going on in somebody's mind, no more than anybody knows what's going on in your mind. You're being all of you, you know, I mean, facial expressions can certainly, you know, I mean, if you give a look of surprise, like, oh, you know, I mean, there you're pretty safe. But, you know, a chuckle, I mean, you have no idea what they're laughing at.
Yeah.
It could go either way, you know, it's like, I don't know.
So Kristen S is Kitty C313. She's been a long time. I didn't know that. So she's watching today with her kids. Love you guys. Love you too. I'm always here.
I was telling Kitty, we know it's you. We know Kristen.
I didn't know. I
knew.
Right. Well, I probably knew at some point and then forgot because this might be ringing a bell now that she changed her.
So Tammy asked, wouldn't that Lexus have OnStar to alert the driver of a possible collision? I would think so. Like, let me ask you, babe. I mean, maybe that's a situation wherein Alan didn't want that answer heard, but why isn't anybody asking, does the internal systems ever indicate?
He did.
What did he say?
He said, do they indicate when there's a collision? And he said, yes, it's the airbag, whatever system.
Airbag deployment system.
Yeah. So as we know, that would only, I guess the answer is it triggers for some collisions, the ones that would be enough to impact that,
activate the airbags.
Well, or at least that data set which I'm assuming is that the airbag deployed, but it could be airbag almost deployed. Like if it gets close enough, I don't know.
Wow. All right.
But OnStar is like you press it if you want to call. But oh yeah, they do have one where I think you got to be in a pretty serious one for OnStar to automatically call you. But I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works because they're not going to want to be having to call people up for every fender bender little bump.
Right. I mean, it would still be helpful if the car, like with the amount of sensors they can put in there, it would be really helpful just in general. Like how amazing would it be if this car just had a sensor for any amount of contact with anything? This case would have been over. Never would have come. Like, no, there was no, or the only impact would have been her bumping the Traverse. That would have been it.
Right. Tyler, what's that? Koosh?
Maybe Couchy.
Couchy. Yeah, that sounds right. Day off from
could
work
be
to
Couchy.
watch
Bobby
defense.
Couchet. Wait, did you go way deep down low? Like where?
I'm way up.
Oh, I did all those, but
You did all these?
Yeah, give the love though.
All right, Lacey Ann, thank you for gifting a membership. Oh, I mean, I put this up, but I didn't mention it. Nikki, how long to get annoyed by Hank's objections?
Immediately.
Thank you, Jurisprudential, Maladies, and Jamba King. Very generous of you both.
Yes, so appreciate
we did put up that one.
Oh, I think, let me check. We broke 49K. We're so close to 50. So
yay.
exciting.
Brown-eyed girl.
Thank you guys. We're just over 40. Like, I don't like mentioning it because people can unsub, but we're at 49,002.
Okay.
So help us out. If you haven't subbed, take the opportunity right now during a break. Just hit that join button.
I love Brown-Eye's objection. That's one of my standard ones. Objection, Your Honor. The defense is proving my case is a hot bag of trash on fire. Deb moving to Canada. What'd she get, babe?
Aw, family hug. Welcome, Deb.
Yes. I feel, okay, so Ernie says, I feel like this witness's lack of experience testifying almost adds to his credibility. He's
Agreed.
not rattled or nervous. He seems confident with the actual data and not just answering the questions asked.
Agreed. And I was thinking that exact same thing because, you're not getting your typical hired gun. This guy's up there, this is what he does all the time. This guy's just a lackey for the defense. Like Hank's not going to be able to ask him the questions. Well, you always testify on behalf of the defense, right? You know what I mean? So like all those, but I think that the bigger issue was probably from the defense's side in terms of if you've got a guy up there for, first or second time, or a gal, whatever the case may be, and they're not real accustomed to direct and cross-examination, you worry about them not knowing how to tailor their answers. Because like you'll see the stark contrast from Welcher, who came off like a giant dickhead, but the dude never got owned. You know what I'm saying? The thing that I feel very secure about here with DeSorga is he's an honest broker. So Hank's not going to be able to trip him up on anything because of two reasons. One, I honestly don't think Hank understands the science and the technology fully enough for him to be able to trip this guy up. And two, the guy was honest about everything. It's easy not to get tripped up when you're being honest. And again, I think to the point where like he didn't really shit on Aperture's approach in terms of putting the data together. What he said is, well, he cherry picked stuff. He kept things out of the report. However, the way he got to these things, I can't, even though I may do it differently, I can't say that it's hot garbage. So like he didn't really trash it in terms of the way that they reached their conclusions. He really kind of, the entire point of him was to say, well, there's just way too many possible scenarios for him to have landed on the concept of yeah, I can say with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that this is the time that the trigger happened. So,
And you know, I'm excited for Cross. It's going to show us what, you
you're
know.
off camera. Where you at?
Oh,
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 I'm excited for Cross. It's going to show us what Hank's got. It's going to test this guy's theory. We just like we got to wait till Cross till we assess how an expert does. We're going to be able to do that here. And it'll give us a little window into whether Hank's going to suck as badly as we think, or, you know, and his demeanor, because now he's going to be on Cross. He is a defense attorney. Is he going to get too spicy? Because a prosecution's supposed to have a little bit different level of decorum than a defense attorney. But, you know, we'll see how it plays out.
yeah. I was going to watch Aiden's thing last night, but I got sleepy. It was like every day is just like over so fast. It seems like it's 10 o'clock at night. And I'm like, oh my God, I've got to go to bed.
Yeah, we're going to bed super early these days. So Andrea says that word I was looking for was pocket state. And yes, Bob, you're right. That would have not meant anything because it could have been just covered, you know.
Right.
Dawn Marie says she'll break before every cross so Spank can get advice on questions to ask. I guess we shall see. John Schoen. I was like, wait, Joe Schmo? John Schoen. Can a witness ask, did you mean ... when Hank mispronounces something just to annoy him and show he does not know what he is talking about? I mean, it's funny and yes and no. You don't want to do it too much and come off like a cocky asshole either. It's actually best to just kind of repeat what he said, pronouncing it correctly.
Okay. But a lawyer saying usurp.
I was going to use that same one. That can't be an accent thing. I've been thinking about that since yesterday. I was actually going to bring that one up. Usurp. I need to hear a Boston accent. How does...
Okay, we got a bunch of Boston folks. Do any of you say the word usurp as usurp?
Or do you say the word you as ooh? I mean, he can say you, right? You did this. He doesn't say ooh did that and ooh did that. He literally doesn't know how to say the word.
And he's a lawyer.
It's not an accent thing.
Usurp all the time. It's a very common word in the law world.
Usurp syrup on your pancakes. What the fuck? I was literally going to use that example because it's just been like in the back of my head. Like, how did Hank not know how to say usurp?
I mean, it's like, yeah. I'm like, oh my God.
Thanks,
oh
John.
my God.
So yeah, and I think I put this up earlier. Andrea was letting us know it is Deaver. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and I put this up. Kaylee saying that it was. Thanks, Kaylee. Lori G. Turtle Boy is tweeting. Jurors
at GF also.
Also at GF.
Give us more. What's that mean? What's GF? Girlfriend?
No, at
tweeting. She Lori.
I think she's just saying Turtle Boy's also tweeting about the jurors today.
Oh yeah, Lori's clearly on her phone. That's what my supers look like when I'm on my phone because I make.
Oh, thanks, Jen, Bob, and Allie. Thanks for the excellent coverage.
Oh, family hug to you, Jim. We love you.
Emily, can you read Turtle Boy's latest tweets? Him trolling DePerto is amazing. Have you seen the Listen Turtle clip?
Have you seen the Listen Turtle clip? Is that from like a while back? Is that when they were outside of the courthouse? Is that?
Oh, I did see that. If that's what
you're talking about, yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty funny.
So is it DePietro? Is that the same guy that people are talking about? That's the same guy that was recording in that one video?
Yeah, that's. He's like picked up the mantle for whatever that guy is. The blanket.
There's been a bunch of. Sorry.
Wendy Murphy's is that really Wendy Murphy's son? That guy, I forget what his name is. He's like a blanket. It's so weird. Like his whole thing is weird. It's like he's got that. He's using like the Schoolhouse Rock. It looks like probably my favorite one. I'm a Bill. I'm just a Bill. You know what he looks like? The folded up piece of paper with like the
from the kids
Schoolhouse,
show.
yeah, Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah, I'm just a Bill. I remember that one.
Yeah. So like he's got some kind of thing that looks like that, except it's blue. I don't get it. It's fucking stupid.
But a lot of people have been talking about Turtle Boy's funny tweets today, trolling, or that he was tweeting as though he was DePerto. How do you say it?
DePetro.
DePetro.
I got to be honest. Like, I honestly don't concern myself with like really making sure I'm like on point with the pronunciation of people's names I don't give a shit about. So
Right.
sorry.
Larissa says you both should watch
Now, see,
Retired.
I care how you pronounce her. It's Larissa.
Oh, Larissa. Okay. Sorry.
She's
Bob's like,
right.
wait. Her I care about. Can you do it right?
Exactly.
You both should. I mean, I do a lot of mispronouncing. I don't know about usurping stuff, but I'll never do that. It doesn't sound pleasant.
Your entire mispronunciation and corrected it. So
you both should watch Retired Sergeant Peter Murphy's interview on Hot Mics with Billy Bush. He was told by an anonymous person at Canton PD that this person was asked to remove the taillight. Murphy, very credible. I've definitely heard about this or seen something about it as well. That he was told by someone. So as credible as Murphy might be, the question becomes, are we sure the person that gave him this information was credible?
Oh yeah, that guy. Oh, Tolly from South Park. Yeah, I think I was probably about 15 seasons in when I dipped from South Park. Still funny, hilarious, but I just, for whatever reason.
Thanks, Tracy.
Aw, family hug.
And now you got to get one for Jen.
Aw, family hug.
New member.
Yay.
This Mickey says this guy comes across very politely honest and smooth with answers.
Yeah, and knowledgeable.
Right. And we're going to see how he holds up on cross. That's the test for everyone.
It really is. But here's the thing. If you know your shit and
you stand up.
Right. I mean, he's gonna hold up fine. And if Hank comes off like a giant douchebag with him, which I'm sure he will to a certain degree, but like it's gonna, like, I'm with Allie. I'm very curious to see his approach to these cross examinations. Is he gonna come in? I mean, the dude's
raising his voice and getting all like he does when the jury's not even there with the judge,
or is he gonna get like he was with Wolf during the voir dire,
which was pretty offensive.
Pretty offensive.
Yeah.
Like, and Wolf handled that like a champ.
Mm-hmm. Gina G, sure as shit, because she says, is Hank going to be shouty and pretend the truth is on his side? You can put some money on it. Thanks for your generosity. TLR gifted 5 memberships. Thanks for your generosity.
Thank you.
All right, so what are you guys thinking? What are you guys feeling? Let's see what's going over here. What do our members have to say over here? Man, I was way up in the chat. There's been a lot going on. So jurisprudential maladies says, oh, I hope he goes full bore. Wolf was basically laughing at him. Yeah. The Glare says there's a whole spin-off to the Karen Reed sham that is the Turtle Boy saga, full of unbelievable but very real characters. Do a deep dive for fun. You won't regret it. All right, there's a whole spin-off to the Karen Reed sham that is the Turtle Boy saga. I think everybody knows about where did Bob go? Right when I'm probably
sorry, Scout called.
Oh. Very real characters. Do a deep dive for fun. You won't regret it. That's for sure.
Yeah, see, like, Larissa, this kind of stuff.
Hey, what happened? The Glares comment was up. You jumped right to.
Oh, like, I just want to, like, you just can't read into it. I mean, we know they didn't come back with a not guilty. So it's like he's like, Alan's a very compelling attorney to watch. So I would think that they would. It's a different thing as to whether or not you know, they're buying what everybody's selling. Like, that's the thing you just don't know. Like, I mean, witnesses where they're super fucking boring and jurors are just kind of like sitting there like, you know, I mean, it's hard to know what sticks with jurors. That's why I love hearing from jurors. That's why I was terrified hearing from Ronnie. Dude was like, I'm like, this guy doesn't understand reasonable doubt. It's like every fifth word, I'm like, that's reasonable doubt, Ronnie. What you just said, what just came out of your mouth is quite literally reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I was asking Mark. I'm like, dude, like, I know, like, we got to just, like, they got to pound the jury over the skull with the concept of what reasonable doubt is and keep pointing out that this thing right here, that's reasonable doubt.
Yeah. And I think to what a lot of the commenters are saying, including Margie, Hank, I thought he did kind of sound defeated. He did not seem to be putting forth he doesn't have to put forth a strong effort because this motion isn't getting granted, but he got up and spoke, right? So if you're going to speak, right? He did not put a very big push that he has established intentional homicide, like that she intentionally ran him down with her car. He called the intentional movements driving up and backward, not even the hit. He didn't argue facts that supported that he met the elements. I really didn't get it. You can't have the intentional movement just driving up and back. He didn't say and then hitting her and knowing he hit her and then leaving her.
Well, he's leaning into the thing that he hopes that he can get. He's never getting second degree ever. It's never happening. He knows he's not an idiot. You know, I mean, like we all detest him, but he's not an idiot. The guy's been practicing for a while. He understands charges and he understands, you know, the burden of proof. Like, those are things that he gets, and he knows he's not getting second degree on this thing. He's going to focus and he's going to lean into. I mean, he'll take a shot at it because Morrissey wants him to, but Brennan knows that if he's going to get any conviction on this thing, it's going to be, you know, 1 and 3. So like that's it. So I mean, he's going to lean into that. What was the Glare saying, by the way?
He was just
the whole spinoff to the Karen Reed sham that is Turtle Boy Saga, full of unbelievable, very real characters. Do a deep dive for fun. You won't regret it. Give me more, Will.
I think he's just letting people know, if they don't already know about the Turtle Boy saga, I think. That's why I was waiting for you to make sure I wasn't, you know.
Yeah, no, like, for sure. Like, definitely. Like, in a lot, like, and they're intertwined, but they're very different stories. Like the common thread is the Karen Reed trial, but it's Turtle Boy's thing. Yeah, it's taken on a whole life of its own. That's like, it's insane, you know. And it's like, that's got to, like, the amount of shit that he's gone through. I mean, the charges, being charged and thrown in jail for 90 days. I mean, like, it's been a whole thing, man. It's like, yeah, that's what we should have done. Actually, I saw it. It's more about the friends, all the buddies that they're trying to get. They're potentially, they have on the witness list to testify about Proctor's messages. It's the Commonwealth's motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay. I might as well try to just whip through this real quick. So
Yeah,
this was
right
also
back.
filed this morning. The defense noticed that it intends to call 4 individuals who have phone numbers associated with federally protected and confidential series of text messages from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. And that is, and there's a footnote there, while portions of federally protected text messages were revealed during Michael Proctor's testimony during the first trial, the records remain subject to protective order of the Norfolk Superior Court and the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. So the defense intends to offer the communications of 9 individuals, only 3 of whom had partial contact names saved within Michael Proctor's personal cell phone, for the substantive truth of those statements. Of note, the confidential record indicates that there were a total of 38,707 text messages exchanged within this group, beginning on October 18, 2021, and ending on August 31, 2022. The defense seeks to introduce a limited portion of text messages attributed to being exchanged by 9 individuals that occurred over 3 years ago. Preliminarily, it is the defendant's burden to satisfy the requirement of authenticating these communications by producing sufficient evidence to support a finding that the communication is what the defense claims it to be. The defense must not only establish that the communication was authored by the witness on the stand, but also that the statements of the others in the group, including Michael Proctor, excuse me, this will require the judge to determine relevance and admissibility of each communication, depending on who authored the communication and whether it is sufficient for a reasonable jury to find, excuse me, defined by a preponderance of the evidence that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. Of note, prior to authentication, no communication should be displayed or read to the jury. He's got a footnote there too. Bowden does not permit the defendant to ask questions without proper foundation or questions that are replete with unauthenticated and inadmissible hearsay solely to infect the jury. Let's see, where was I? Furthermore, the text messages contain hearsay upon hearsay, and each statement in text message must conform with an exception to the hearsay rule. There are no available applicable exceptions. Michael Proctor is available to testify and could authenticate and perhaps adopt and acknowledge the statements sought to be introduced. Massachusetts, this is in parentheticals, Massachusetts does not recognize a residual exception to the hearsay rule. While Bowden, quote, preserves the defendant's right to attack the adequacy of the police investigation, that attack is still constrained by the rules of evidence. Nothing in the Bowden case authorizes the defendant to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay, citing Commonwealth v. Raposa. Further, the exclusion of evidence of a Bowden defense is not constitutional in nature and therefore is examined under an abuse of discretion standard. What's up? Okay. Allie's like lurking behind me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Moreover, the statements are inadmissible for the purpose of showing. That is suspicious. That is suspicious. What the dog doing? Moreover, the statements are inadmissible for the purpose of showing Michael Proctor's state of mind. Timing. Nor the police knowledge. Hearsay testimony to explain the reasons for police action, however, carries a high probability of misuse because a witness may relate historical aspects of the case, replete with hearsay statements in the form of complaints and reports, even when not necessary.
Right, Mr. Brennan.
The state of police knowledge. That's basically.
And Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here. So if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Ms. Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify?
The old
Yeah.
double
You
negative.
were not suggesting to this jury that Ms. Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before.
No.
You're just saying that there's no data on the text string. to suggest a collision?
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision. That's
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right.
Mhm.
Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data,
Correct.
like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on text stream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexis calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you,
I'm allowing this.
if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the text stream data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Why should let him go outside of the scope
I'll
so
allow
far?
it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
Oh, maybe not.
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that. But I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the
You're
case.
saying it would meet that,
Would not.
would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously, we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right, and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before?
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle. It captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
And a triggering event.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could.
Don't you want to look at your Apple Watch
You
or open up
have
your
a
laptop?
bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month. Correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction. It was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus as part of your specialty on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders.
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's
That's what he's
something that
doing.
not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it. But oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher, yes,
Yes.
and Mr. Shannon Burgess.
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case,
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
Bizarre question.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess,
Correct.
report by Dr. Welcher,
Also correct.
reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
It did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports? You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about. You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Well, he had the data.
Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
Primarily, I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint,
Yes.
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th.
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
Correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
This isn't my
Why
only
did you
job,
wait
sir.
until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
If they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th?
I-
Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So sustained.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
There's
Yeah.
no reason for you to hold on to it for a couple of days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know what was provided to the Commonwealth that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, didn't it?
Getting from the mic.
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked?
My clients, Mr. Jackson,
He said, please have us on the 25th.
we had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th was the date you provided?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
He's been busy, Hank. He's in trial, Hank. You give him shit during trial.
When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall.
Correct.
And at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules to try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess. Didn't you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Lee's Lexus materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
It's
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits. And Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip lock, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess proposed protocol labeled "Reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. If you need to see it for action, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think, in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information
Yes.
in an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question?
I'll
Yeah.
ask it again.
Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, as a data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions, in some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and the time that you can match with texturing data, correct?
Yes, it
Because
does.
you know texturing data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead. Like a
That's
stopwatch.
correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process, anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that
Key
found this
cycles.
out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, if someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Sustained.
But he let him answer. He was saying no.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes,
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take
this
the
is
information
bullshit.
that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
he actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips. And it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas. And then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight?
Objection.
Sustained, you can
He's-
ask it to.
This is bullshit.
Ever dawn on you as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there. There could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing.
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
He already said
When
he
you
got
are
fucking lucky.
considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on
No.
different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of possibilities.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see as an analyst a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorga's new PowerPoint 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
So there was something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Fine.
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible. So I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate
Objection.
best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Okay. Would you turn to page 2? Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just
I
read the
did not.
report. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide. No.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
No.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation. So I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how
hired gun for the Commonwealth.
the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this
No.
slide, on a later
End of
slide, but
the
yes.
event.
Okay.
Top
And you
data.
said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Turn to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162-2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
The event data.
It's- that time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 123209 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 123209.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, the way I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition, subtraction, or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger knot.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
So you're
apertures.
not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he
Yeah,
pronounced
I am.
that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
Yeah.
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no
It was cherry picking it to
legitimate
find
professional
opinion.
basis of
That's what it's
suggesting
cherry
your way is
picking.
better or worse than going from the
Loop
front
back.
or the end of the event.
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that. So just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's
Loop back.
not typical. No.
Your way is better. No legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event.
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that. So just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis. So I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were
A little
suggesting
different.
those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds at the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, you're basing it off the end of the event, the end, not trigger, the end. Comparing it
The end of the
to
data
of the
event.
device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for the heck of it.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
He's thinking, I don't even understand what.
Yeah. He's, like he keeps calling it the
You
event,
see
and it's the data
12:32:09
event.
minus 12:31:43, the middle line equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welch's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly.
Yeah, why don't you try that, Hank?
Before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report, isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
Objection.
I'll sustain it in there.
Did you see when you reviewed reports that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number plus 26 seconds in his report?
Still leading.
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I show that. So these are all just
And-
copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Would you like to add a little for me? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Objection.
I want to see you at sidebar.
I'm not exactly sure because they didn't show us that slide what he was trying to get at. But so here's one of the things that I'm noticing. So because Aperture decided to use the end of the data. So when they say the end of the event, it's the end of the data. The trigger event is in the middle. There's 5 seconds after, there's 5 seconds before. So what this witness is saying is the Aperture should have just used the time of the trigger, but they timed it from the end. And that creates like a bigger window. I might be using window in a different form right now, but Hank keeps using the word like event. When the witness was testifying on direct, he made it clear when I say the time of the event, I'm going to make that the whole data time, the entire 10 seconds per trigger. Because that's the way Aperture did it. They started at the end. They didn't go from the trigger, which again, in the middle. So, like when Hank was like, so you don't just add 5 seconds just because, well, no one was ever suggesting that, and I think that Hank is mixing that up. But again, for right now, what they're talking about, where he puts up a slide and he's like, well, did you see this? And is this the time where he gets the 10 seconds? It could be Hank trying to gaslight everybody right now. I don't know what's happening. I'm not sure. Not sure what the whole deal is.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point. Like the fact that we have no fucking idea what Hank's talking about is exactly what his directs are like. It's like,
I'll tell you, there's not been one thing I felt at all has been remotely detrimental from this crossover. I mean, am I missing something? Because I'm not.
But what I'm saying is that like when you listen to the direct in terms of kind of making things, because remember, the only thing that matters is what the jury can comprehend. Like I'm sitting here and I have zero, and I want to, like, I want to understand what Hank's trying to get at. And I'm a relatively bright guy and I have no fucking idea what he's talking about. Like, right. I hear the words that he's saying, but I don't understand the context of what he's trying to get at.
Me neither. And when the witness just answers the question, even when it's like not a good answer, it falls flat. You see, like, he's like, but you didn't do this. No. And there'd be this. Yep. And there'd be that. So even if it's like something that could be possibly seen as a negative, It's not coming off that way because the guy's just answering the question. Where with his witness, like hemming and hawing and fighting, it was more showing that there is some, even if they don't understand it, they see there is this conflict. There is a disagreement. And here it's like nobody disagrees. We're all saying the same thing, and it's all good.
I mean, look.
I don't know if that made sense the way I explained.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Hank's questions.
Thanks, babe.
I mean, it's like I'm just like he hasn't gotten to the only thing that matters, which is, this number of variables, this number of variables, which sits at 30, and that his expert did cherry pick. He cherry picked the 3 that worked for the Commonwealth's theory of the case. That's what he cherry picked. It's that, so like all this is a bunch of bullshit. Like he's just trying to, what you do on cross. You're trying to poke holes. Of course he's trying to discredit the witness. It's what your job is.
But I'm just saying, I feel like his attempts at discrediting are falling flat.
Agreed.
And like to Glaire's point, it's confusing the jury in the process, but it's not to the detriment of the defense. It's almost to the detriment of the prosecution, because it sounds like, even if they don't understand, it's like, well, the defense put this guy on. Doesn't even sound like Hank disagrees with him. Whatever Hank's saying doesn't seem to be an issue here, even though I don't understand it.
And beyond that, the guy's answering honestly to all the questions. Like that's going to be the biggest takeaway, because when you subtract all the gobbledygook that's being asked and all the terms that Hank interchanges, and what the jury's going to remember is that Welcher was slippery like an eel, and that this guy just answered questions.
Right.
That
was my point with the whole. Yeah.
In terms of when you're sitting there as a jury and you're trying to figure out who's more credible, I mean, are you gonna think the guy that was like slippery and combative and just wouldn't answer a question straight, or the guy who just flat out answered
jurors,
questions?
we're going to release you for the luncheon break. I took so long here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour luncheon break. So we'll see.
Oh, nice.
Please rise for the jury.
Right, and to couch juror's point, he is trying to use this guy to rehabilitate Welcher and well, really Burgess, and it's not happening. Like, give it up if that's where you were trying to go.
Did you think that Shannon Burgess is an amazing human being? Did you think that the way that he was analyzing the data was breathtaking, sir? His questions were so bizarre.
West Jojo says the way this witness is answering makes him seem honest and credible, and makes Hank's questions seem silly. Agreed.
I mean, it's because he is honest and credible. Like he's not trying to be slippery with answers. The dude, he was hired to do one thing specifically. Hank's asking him a bunch of questions for shit that Hank knows he wasn't retained to do. Like he would just say, like, if he would have been retained to do any of it, Hank would have had a report on it. Had he been asked to do a report, Hank would have had the report. So Hank's asking questions, which is the first rule of cross. You never ask questions that you don't know the answers to. Hank knows what his answers to these questions are all going to be. That's why Hank's ready to go. Hank's not even listening to what his answer is. He'll listen to like a keyword that the guy says, and then Hank will put that word in his next question, which he has already lined up, which I'm guilty of a lot of times. Like sometimes, like if I'm going through a prepared cross of an expert, I'm not necessarily listening very deeply into what they're saying because I know what their answer is going to be. I'm preparing my next question so that you can keep the flow going. It's like this isn't like what was going on with Alessi and Welcher, where you had that weird back and forth thing, like where they're debating one another. This is like your pro forma. Hank's got a script. Hank knows what the answers are. Hank answers the question or asks the question. This guy answers it, and Hank's firing on the next question. It's like, but at the end of the day, I mean, the guy comes off as credible. And when you're weighing experts, jurors are going to tend to lean with the person they feel is more credible of the two. And
Right.
like everybody in the chat saying, this guy's
Yep.
more credible. It's simple as that. Honesty and straightforward answers goes a long way with people in terms of determining whether or not somebody's credible. All right.
Wait, well, think about what Mandy said. I want to do 2 more comments
What did
here.
Mandy say?
Colin for lunch. Think about it. Kelly says this feels like Hank's whole strategy is to cause a bunch of confusion, and that's the same point that Will just made or the Glare just made. And I think how everybody feels, but again, he's causing confusion on his own shit. I mean, I don't think they're gonna feel like this guy's confused about what he said, and when they do the redirect, it's gonna, you know, gonna clear it up anyway. Brad Blankenship. I wonder if he's related to Tom.
Doubtful.
That's a drummer, by the way. Okay, so Hank is asking questions to this witness and his method that he knows his witnesses did. Yeah, it's crazy. He's trying to, like, that whole thing that he tried to do with, like, well, it was for the ingenious idea of, you know,
I couldn't
Burgess.
wait to hear. I mean, Colin, we're not going to hear from. What about Matt McCabe, the cross of Matt McCabe? He was interesting.
Or maybe the people just want the fan.
Do you guys want the fan? The fan? Nah, I want to put something up.
Uh,
I mean, we got a full hour. It's a lot of fan time.
I'm thinking. Let's.
You guys tell me, Colin Albert or Matt McCabe. You guys tell me. You guys tell me. The cross of Matt was about an hour and a half.
Did Alessi object?
I mean,
Megan
I'll throw Trooper Paul up there again. You guys aren't
Megan
there.
says, "Why did Alessi just object? Did he object?
I don't.
I missed it.
No.
He shouldn't be.
No, it would have been Alan. Let's see. What are they saying in chat? Because I'm not seeing it.
I was looking in the super, so let me see. I'll come over.
Colin or McCabe?
I don't know. Hold on. I'm way. All right. We got a Proctor, a Matt. The people have spoken. I've been asking for Colin, Matt, Colin. Oh, wait. Colin can't even be mentioned. Do
Right.
Matt. It sounds like Matt. People are saying Matt.
'Cause
Colin's
Matt's-
boring.
It's not even that. It's like he's not being called.
Matt, Colin. There's a lot of Matts, but there was a lot of Collins. Colin, Matt. Colin, Matt. Colin.
Had been at one of your daughter's
I
hockey
made an
games
executive
that
decision.
day?
I went with the guy who's.
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to
Change the banner.
Hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe.
Yes,
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes.
Froggy.
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should
Froggy
have
much?
phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
All right,
So
see you in
you
an
were
hour.
with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company.
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th.
All right.
I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that. And I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company, correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned that he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right, and it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right, you hadn't heard it before. This was the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. They can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer?
In my recollection, yes.
And you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So.
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
Give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
They were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh. If I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
No, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you inside. Joyce, feel free to stand up. Yes.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them strike that? I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally, Obviously, you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that one go.
My answer is yes. I had previous. I don't know if I said oh yes, but my answer was yes. Of course, I had previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? You recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but if that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
All right. In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines 13 to 15 for counsel. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Did either of them? Thank you.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah. That's what's in my memory.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcomed, yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakikis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
in the driveway at that point.
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be? Let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is two lanes, but there is more space. I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars
right?
To the right, correct?
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Alberts home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Alberts cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Alberts property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you faced the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting with a spotlight the front of the Alberts home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I
Yeah,
am.
I was hoping I didn't have to do
the other
this.
laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
You could, yeah, please.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, to right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like a part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
No, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
All right. Hang on a second moment.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see. So it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No.
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
Facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller.
Um,
If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you're the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door?
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
Yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later,
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
but your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th of 2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry.
This is not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Okay, you're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time it was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on
Great.
April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 2 of Proctor's report, counsel.
So next time, just show it to Mr.
Of course, I'm sorry. May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold
I'm
on.
stating what I remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property,
So
correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Mayor.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the,
So bring the document, I'll see it side by side. One last question on this, Mr. Mayor.
with regard to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's I for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the
You will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway. Correct?
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me. You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, sure. Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct.
Before the black SUV arrived.
Correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes.
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No.
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
Yes, three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right. And, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the third time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
Yes.
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
Not 2.5 years before. Right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Unity.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case.
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
With my family?
Yes.
Yes.
As well as phone calls and texts?
Yes.
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
Yes.
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking, as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards the cross the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No.
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes.
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice I parked my car. We parked in the driveway and I walked in the house. So I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So, but Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfront. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting to drive home.
Yes.
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife, and my wife had called him. He was asking where to. We think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right. You could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
he had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
He said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview is off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off at Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
Yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview. You know where Bella lives. Drive past Bella's Street. The house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece, Kaylee, and also your daughter, Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes.
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
Yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption. As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
If I may hand the
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
Okay. And realizing that you don't have a compass or a ruler, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes.
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
Yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Well, what is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in Exhibit 88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom?
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
And that would allow them to take a left down Fairview heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a three-point turn, correct?
She could do a three-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up, either one.
Right. And a three-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to Proctor, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
That's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but my sight would have had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct? Again, I was focused on the vehicle.
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Netti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle.
I didn't know that he was not done with the answer.
My fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be cautious.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
Okay. You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had brushed off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Albert's property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earbuds in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical.
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
In a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
She was loud, correct.
And other than screaming, Jen, Jen, in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. In addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's why I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
Do you recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing?
I was not monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds, you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house. Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Glasses with you?
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses. I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have
Is it light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not. It's just dark, but I got it. What the hell?
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
yeah.
all your time at the time.
Yep, I got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab
Yes.
that.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never met them, sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
When you did tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need
Just,
it.
just give it to him. Thank you.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one, and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay.
It's with the court's permission.
Sure.
Thank you. Yep, that's what I was just looking for.
If I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Okay, thank you.
You,
You're welcome.
you would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading.
Okay. Is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the
I didn't see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. That's probably because I didn't give it to you.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
you need
dark.
to- Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, much better. I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
Unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't
What's up? We're back. Hope you all had a great
Don't
lunch.
get a violation for sound.
What?
Yeah. Copyright with that
Huh?
welcome back.
Nah, we've been playing that forever.
Well,
Just telling you. I'm just telling you. It's all good. Oh, she gone. She gone. She was here and now she's gone. It was nice to have her there, wasn't it? Little screen. All right, we've comfortably broke 49,000, so I feel very comfortable thanking you all for crossing the barrier of 49,000 subs. That would fill Wrigley Field plus about 15,000 extra people. So it's exciting. We are so thankful to all of you, to our amazing subs who make it such a great community. Make no mistake about it. It's our mods that run the shit. They make everything magical in the chat. Everything magical. You know, and we've given them the mandate. Like, we are not an echo chamber. Obviously, a vast majority of us here believe Karen is innocent. But we are not shunners here. Like, there's plenty of channels where, you know, they'll flamethrow people if they have opposing opinions. That's not how we live. That's not how we live. If you've got a intelligible, well-reasoned argument, I'll listen to it. I will listen to it. As you guys should too. You don't need to, like, you don't need to be in an echo chamber to make yourself feel better. Just come over here. We'll make you feel better. If you're worried, we'll rub your tummy, rub your head, say magical words. We'll get you off the ledge, but don't be afraid of the debate. You know, don't fear the debate. I think people that fear the debate, I don't know. I'd have to throw the prosecutors in there. They fear the debate. They block. And they're supposed to be lawyers. Go figure. I don't know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Love the debate. Debate's the best. Exactly. Give you a nice cup of warm milk. Sing you a lullaby. Whatever y'all need. Whatever y'all need. So I had a busy lunch. Took the guy for a walk. And the nut got out there. Stretched his legs. Got his sniff on. Made a couple of poops. Damn near caught a bird. Very close to catching this poor bird. But I got him off of it. I got him off the bird. This dude can't come close to a squirrel, but birds somehow, I think birds sometimes aren't paying attention. And the dude will just sneak right up on it. Squirrels are cagey. Birds, some birds not so much. And then I picked weeds. Seriously, I picked weeds. Had a weed overgrowth on the side over here. Had to get at it before the neighbors started snickering. And then I came in and snarfed some food because I was starving. No one wants Angry Bob. Good for me. So let's go. Afternoon session has commenced. I hear the rumbling.
whenever you're ready, Mr.
You
Brennan.
see my sidebar. Never like come back from lunch and hearing Hank.
Ms. Gilman, if we could turn to page 6 of Mr. DeSorga's amended PowerPoint presentation. Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions and inevitably some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3 second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition, the infotainment system?
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself,
The date does, yes.
because the SD card is with the other chips part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welcher's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welcher's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically, he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report, where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Well, you were reading right
So,
from it, you pimp.
when you just made that assumption or that
It's your
suggestion characterizing Dr.
Objection,
Welcher's
Judge, strike
state
it.
of mind or
All
thought process,
comments.
is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
Can you refresh my
No.
recollection?
Okay.
You want to show it to me? Put a pin head.
When you read Mr. Burgess's report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3 second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know
show.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you
Yeah, I wanted to
reviewed
see that.
Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3 second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now,
That changes it? No.
when
Why
you
would
are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? when you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
No.
The
about that,
time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
He's
You
adding it,
believe
not reflected.
that 3 seconds
I need
with
to
the
take
power
control.
on and
I
the
need to take control.
infotainment system going on should be
Yeah.
accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra.
No.
It's because
It's 3 missing seconds.
when we're talking about times here,
Fine.
we're pulling a time from the infotainment
That
and we're
doesn't
marrying
account
that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis.
Ha ha,
This
Hank.
is not something I've ever even seen.
Ha ha.
This type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
Karen, she's like,
Never seen
exactly,
this
Hank.
before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know, Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. You looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
Yeah, I did.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so
Pardon me.
they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
Straight.
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the
No.
infotainment data, you were adding on the 3 second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
No, that's not.
I don't
what
think
he
I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3 second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However,
They're off.
the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but
And
not
you're
this specific
suggesting-
Lexus.
I'm sorry. Finish.
No, just I'm clarifying, I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems, that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. If we had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct. And that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
No, he said no already.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times. So, I mean, that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy. You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart. So
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matches to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m., the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
He just fucking said that 2 seconds ago.
4:45, 12, 5:04:28. Did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. You know where it came from?
The assumption The assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And that's, Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained.
Sure.
Hank is definitely acting like a psycho, Amber. Hank is acting like a complete and total psycho. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You're muted though, babe. The witness said before he started asking all these questions, did you know the car was turned off? He said, well, what I do know is all these phone calls occurred when the car was cycled off. And then he went through, did you know this one was when the car was cycled off? Ugh. He's trying to gaslight the jury.
Do you know the genesis, the source of those 4 numbers?
Definitively no.
Your entire premise for your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. Ortiz's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
between. Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So,
Do you know where those calls came from?
Yeah, Karen to
a phone,
John.
Miss Reed's phone.
Now,
You told him the answer, idiot.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not a contemporaneous synchronization, you plug your phone in, it's
He
going
just-
to register on the infotainment system. But
He just told you that.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the
Yes.
infotainment system?
He does.
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself.
I don't understand this line of question.
So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so
Is Hank fucking saying that his own expert supplied bad times?
I mean, that's what he's saying without
I
saying.
mean, am I an
No,
idiot?
that's what
is
he
he
said.
saying? I don't know what he's saying. Is he saying that his own expert put bad numbers? Because this guy relied on his own asshole expert. Like, I'm so lost here. I don't get it. I'm completely lost. Sorry, I'll blip back. I'm like going insane right now.
there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Your
So
guy
if
would
there was
have to be
testing
wrong.
that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone on the payment system? Did you know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on part of it? You don't even know what it is.
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
It's saying that you
I'm gonna
fucking
strike that. Go
jerk
ahead and
off.
ask your question.
Oh my God. Like,
If
I'm
you
about to
have
fly out the
two
boss.
different devices, a
Getting
Lexus
things
clock,
fast.
entertainment system, and an iPhone, you would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
We're
Ask
just
him.
comparing two iPhones. Do you have an opinion? Do you agree that you'd expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
2 iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely two iPhones
Objection,
sync with
relevance?
each other?
No.
You see in the first 5 columns, the numbers are small, 22121.
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other?
No.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds?
Objection.
Objection.
You can ask if
Sustained.
there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree with all of your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate.
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. What you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You
Ask
don't.
your expert.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't.
No,
Say
you don't know.
So
No, you don't know.
iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 12221.
Oh my God.
They're iPhone
They're
to
not his
iPhone.
assumptions.
You're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone.
That means
Your
your
assumptions
expert was
and
wrong,
conclusions are
dipshit.
inaccurate, aren't they?
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that.
Why is she, pause this. God damn it. Why is she letting him ask fucking questions that is not facts and evidence?
I
He is
know.
asking an invalid question. And
I
I,
agree.
like if this guy had been like a forever witness, what he would be saying is, well then, sir, your expert's information would have to be wrong. That's his information. And I'm sure that Alan's going to figure out some way to say that'll be objected to, but he'll get it in there. You know what I mean? He'll say the word somehow.
And for
But
the
she's-
record, every time I've ever plugged my phone into a vehicle that's not mine, like initially, it asks whether or not I want to upload the data to the infotainment center. It doesn't happen like Hank's acting like it happened. Like, but all of this doesn't matter to me because this guy, if his numbers are wrong, that means his expert Burgess's numbers were wrong. He was going off. Like, I'm so lost on this.
I
Like,
think that Alan needs to call for another sidebar and say, Your Honor, but he is putting forth a false premise. He's asking this witness, he's literally asking the witness, if you're wrong, aka my expert put the wrong information there, then all your shit is wrong. But there's no evidence that his
look at that
Fine.
face. Look at DeSorga's face right
Yeah.
there.
I mean, he just asked him, what if that was iPhone to iPhone? Well, that's not what your expert said it was. Why is the judge letting him ask a question that is not based on fact? It's not iPhone to iPhone.
And this is all beyond the scope of direct anyway.
It's
And facts, not in evidence.
It's not fucking helping him anyway.
They're not even like hypotheticals. Like, I mean, is he saying it hypothetical? Like, I just don't get it. I don't know what's happening here.
My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to
Oh my
iPhone
God.
time, then
Oh.
the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate, wouldn't they? Objection.
See, I wouldn't be able to control myself. I'd say objection. It's his expert's information. And then they'd be like, no speaking objections. And I'm like, oh, okay.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to
Well,
phone?
I did know. I just don't remember
No.
as I sit here.
5:30:31, do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are two different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is two separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase again Mr. Birch's report as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were two calls placed. There were two call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only one timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are two separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
This is all easy on redirect.
If these are two separate calls,
He just said they were.
can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
He just told you the answer. He literally
Again,
just
as I
said it.
stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar vehicle, was it?
This table, no.
No. This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
He just said close succession. They don't.
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that. No, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes,
Yes.
I do know that.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
He said that.
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 5:30:15, bottom middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31.
Oh my fucking God.
It's impossible,
He
right?
just told Hank that.
Yes.
So
He
there's
keeps
two
doing that.
possibilities.
Pause it a second.
Yes.
One
Because I'm
is
screaming over him. Go back a little. Hank keeps doing that. He keeps giving him the answer. And then Hank acts like he's asking him something that he did not already just say. And the expert's not the greatest at being like, well, I just said that. Like he said the first
He actually
time.
did. He did just say, I just answered that, like at the beginning of this one.
Oh, good. Because he said,
He's
When-
very mild mannered.
right,
to
when the
sort of-
calls are in close succession, for whatever reason that I don't know why, but there's the answer to Hank saying, do you know why? Well, I know that when they're in close succession, this happens. Why it happens? No, but it's a result of being in close succession. And then he just literally said the words that
Right.
there were like
Hank's
three of
doing
them.
what I said. He's not really listening to what he's answering.
He said there were two phone calls, but only one logged in the system. And then he said why. And then just now I've already forgotten it, where he just said the other words. Oh, that it's impossible It's impossible for them to figure out which of the two calls is in the infotainment system. And Hank just said, isn't it impossible to tell which of the two calls is logged in the infotainment? Well, sir, I just fucking told you that.
All I know is this look on DeSorga's face is the I'm choking with the nose. That's what he's thinking right
And
now.
you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works.
I think that's the most logical assumption, that's how
And I
it
just
works.
said that.
So when you look at 5:30:15, bottom middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's
That's what I just
impossible, right?
said.
Yes,
So there's two possibilities.
yes,
That's
One
the problem.
is
That's the
that
problem,
you
Hank.
have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
yes,
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity in those. Correct?
No,
I'll
wrong.
allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity when you compare the two?
I'm not sure I understand
Right.
the math.
That's not right, Hank.
5:30:31 is 16 seconds different than 5:30:15 on each phone. Yes?
Yes,
5:30:31 is 21 seconds different than the 5:30:15 phone call. Yes?
yes,
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's positive.
correct.
So when you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds, don't you?
No, that's where you're wrong.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
What do you get?
7 seconds.
you're saying if
6.
maybe so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21,
21.
how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
5.
37?
And
Oh,
so
37.
You can see.
Sorry.
Did you know that the next card was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key-ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them, which shows that variances change. They move.
No.
That seems reasonable. Yes.
When I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
No, that's new to me. I thought the variance should stay the same. I was like, why wouldn't the variance stay the same?
If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
They wouldn't be considered in
Yes.
apertures.
With the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please.
He's going to try to show that's iPhone to iPhone. I don't.
Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:31 43 to 48, then the 3-point turn.
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method
Come on,
of
Hank.
using 521 and 530 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay.
I didn't even know this was
Do
going
you
on.
agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure. Do you have a copy? Would you like me to bring it?
Do you
to
have the reports with you, sir? Okay.
Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked.
I didn't realize that somebody was telling you to mute me. Good luck, buddy.
Not happening.
Not today.
Not today. Not ever.
Aw.
We got blooping.
Yeah. We rewind. We hear it again.
I would never try to cap our anger. Ever. We couldn't do it, even if we wanted to. We'd look like insane people.
I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you
You
something
did.
that has my writing on it. Not that I care that you read it, but it's protocol. Okay.
Just protocol.
In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes.
And when
Call
he
logs
talks-
are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point.
Thanks, Roosevelt.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a clock speed of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Did you consider that?
Yes.
This offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report. Objection.
I'm going to allow it unless, do you have, I'll see Counselor Tadman.
Did he give him, or he didn't even give him the report, did he?
No.
Yeah, right, Amanda?
Oh God. I'm having to gather the strength, realizing that we're gonna have to listen to Hank's crosses for 3 weeks. I'm like, I'm gonna need Valium. I'm gonna need some kind of behavior modification, some emotional control, like medication.
I know.
The dude's like, oh my God. Oh, how hard would it be to be sitting at council table?
You know, what he's trying to say. Oh my God. It's so insane, actually. It's like, and I'm really trying to, wrap my mind around it, see if he's making any good points, figure out where he's going.
I mean, he's saying if you're not taking into consideration, if you're presupposing things that are based on the wrong number, well, I'm basing everything that I did on the shit that your expert did. I don't know why he's not saying.
Now he
Then-
really
and I'd
has
say,
it.
well, then that's probably a question you should have asked your expert. Did he do it? And if he did do it, why didn't he include it in his report? That's how I'd be answering if I was this witness. Mr. Brennan, in all due respect, ask your witness, ask your expert, ask him. Because if he did it, he didn't include it in the reports that I had. I mean,
And he can follow the numbers. He can follow what the guy did. I don't know why Hank's acting like he's not just following the logic and the math that his experts did and checking to see for on one issue, you need the other 3 seconds because it's more appropriate to go from start car turn on till car turn off. That's what the clock's supposed to tell you. It's not supposed to have a 3-second lag.
Sir, going back to my question, so you read Mr. Burgess' report, the same report that you're critiquing, and you were aware of this information, weren't you?
Yes.
And so you were aware that Mr. Burgess in his May 8th report was identifying that the section in green was the only contemporaneous information for analysis. Did you know that?
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So let's give him a copy.
Give him the report. Right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
We're the sure as fuck no one's taking Hank's interpretation of something. Oh, I'll just read it to you. Sure you will. How many words will you skip? Oops. I skipped that no. Not. Don't.
You can turn to page 3. What I read to you was where it says clock sync method 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph,
Let him just read it.
I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Just let him read it.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30
Shut
a.m.
up.
are
and
the
let him
only
read it.
2 data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree
Potential alignment.
No.
with that? Because you still are under the mistaken belief
Objection.
that you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report, which is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had, that those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way, but it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization.
Okay.
It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please.
So your expert just switched what he was doing and didn't put it in there. I mean, pause it a sec,
If
Dave.
you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis and those.
So basically the expert's saying there's all these multiple ways that it could be calculated. You know, I don't know, was that like 30 or am I talking about something else? So he used that as one method as though it was infotainment to cell phone. And what Hank's saying is like, I don't know, on the on the May 8th analysis, what if he wasn't using the infotainment center anymore and didn't say so, whatever the case may be. All this expert's saying is that just gets rid of one of my methods of calculation. Like that doesn't really change anything other than you've got less possibilities than I said. Maybe I overestimated the possibilities. I'm sure that AJ, right, exactly. Pandora took the words out of my mouth. I'm sure a bunch of others
AJ
did.
is going to have to deal with it on, but
right.
It sounds like what Hank's trying to say is that DeSorga stuck with his initial analysis based on what was contained in the first chart, right? And then when Burgess updated it, that DeSorga was still applying the numbers contained in the first chart, assuming that they were, because like what he's saying is, like the second chart, which Burgess did not delineate whether or not that data was coming, because like he's going by however Burgess captioned it, right? And Burgess didn't delineate whether or not that was a phone call to phone call, like that information was coming from phone to phone, and that's how it's in the system. I mean, that's not this guy's problem.
Right.
Alan will handle it on cross.
Yeah. Redirect.
I mean, to me, on redirect. All of this means to me that Burgess's work was a big steaming pile of shit.
Right. I still think I agree that what Hank's doing is just pointing out his own client's steaming pile of shit. His own expert steaming.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'll bloop back a couple.
Please. If you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
That's actually a pretty big difference.
And if we turn to...
That's not good.
14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it.
See, this must be right because there's no way the defense would be allowing him to ask
analysis
this.
About infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
And the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea. Not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't just have it in his head. He put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data, he also shows a visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. even though this analysis depends on the end of the 3-point term, would you agree it's kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range, to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the 3-point term all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
He is mixing
As to
apples and
that
oranges.
form, ask it differently, Mr. Green.
Does the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data and the 8-second range between the green and the orange?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct?
And so if Aperture's position is the matching times at the end of the event, by going back to the
Event
beginning,
data.
isn't that even more forgiving than the data scientists?
No.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
The opposite of cherry picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether the text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
He's
In
already
your
told you.
opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not
He just said that.
reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
Oh, sorry.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really hear
I don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's
You're-
19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
Right.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
You were asked a number of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen. Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data
phones.
devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert in
Yes.
that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Why is
Were
he
you being
asking-
truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data
in addition to the
and
raw
Mr.
data?
Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
No.
You hold a bachelor's degree
Yes.
and you hold a master's degree.
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Mr. Sogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the
So-
May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
That it sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a chart?
It would. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay, more than 8.
Total after 1162-2.
Only on the 29th.
There aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
Safe to say there are many, right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no instance were any of those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could, based on questioning by Mr. Brennan surrounding the 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking you about those questions, about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09?
Objection.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12/32/16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or opinion in any way?
Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
Yes.
In what way?
If the phone event moves from 12/32/09 to 12/32/16, then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original analysis, the hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them.
All of them.
Would occur at a point in time. Let me rephrase that. All of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after the trigger event.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are they taking notes right now? Are they
If
taking
you were
notes right now?
told to give you another hypothetical. If you were told that there was a
What?
Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? There was a pocket state event.
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and
Right.
one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Burgess,
Hold on.
of course,
You need to, you know, what? We have to turn the fans off.
and I'm not speaking loud enough.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my voice. I just don't want to scream over people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few
I
minutes.
can't hear a goddamn
May I start
word
again?
Hank is saying because he's
That
never
question,
behind the
yes.
mic.
Thank you.
This woman, man.
You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question or series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the text stream data or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself. But they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again, so I'm as clear as I can be. When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? Click, a stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay. Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
As a clock,
Are those two things independent of one another?
completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment or proposing that adjustment can be made because the key on timer
Is 3
is
seconds
going to
behind.
start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, You've got to realign the two. And that's where the 3 seconds comes from, is these are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3 second delay?
No, he did not.
I mean, that's all that matters.
With the court's permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint of,
Okay.
and that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolk? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was
Did you
it was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it.
Yes,
You didn't type anything on this. Did you?
I did not.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. Remember that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming? Objection.
Sustain.
What?
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis,
Thank you.
would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Yes.
Sustain.
No, fuck off.
What?
Well, we said he'd get it in there and it'd be objected to, but he'd get it in. I would say the only way you could be wrong is the
Yeah, just a
only
moment,
way
Your
you
Honor.
could be
Sure.
wrong
Do you need the light on?
if he's wrong.
I don't.
In the scenarios that Mr. Brennan proposed about you being wrong is the only way you could.
What was your entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on? The foundation of
Burgess's report.
your analysis during the course of the day.
Burgess's report.
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No,
Did you change any of their analyses?
no,
Did you explain their analyses?
yes.
Sustained, ask it to.
Sure. What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation, in your PowerPoint, and the presentation to the jury?
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? You remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes,
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
that's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Do you remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes,
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report. How many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the texting?
All of them.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right.
No, you don't get to
Ready?
go, Hank. So don't even try. All right. You know who goes last, though.
So, Mr. DeSorga, this demonstrates the danger or the difficulty.
Hold on.
This is a
Start,
not a question.
start the
It's
question
cross-examination.
differently.
It is, it has to be a question.
Start. Go ahead, Mr.
This demonstrates
Objection.
the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
What are you referring to with this?
Well,
Right.
you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I studied the data.
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're criticizing somebody's report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
I don't think that's true.
When you're looking at, turn on 10, please. When you're looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them. Fair?
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me and interpreting them for what they say.
When someone plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone, that data then resides on the infotainment system, correct?
There's
No.
a transfer of data.
And
Yes.
so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the infotainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the infotainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's.
And so when you
No.
don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume or you guess, you could get it wrong, couldn't you?
If I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you telling me right now, to a reasonable degree of data certainty, that that
Data
information is
certainty?
on the infotainment clock, is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself, rather than just Monday morning quarterbacking somebody's report,
Objection.
So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently,
if
Mr.
you
Brown.
actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that it would be wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't do the
Objection,
testing.
Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not, do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Jessica Hyde's report?
No,
Did you read Ian Whitman's report?
no,
You don't know if that testing was done, do you?
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that stand.
But it wasn't done.
I do not, sir.
And so if you're wrong, your assumptions and product are then wrong.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer. Frankly, I'm not sure how to give you a good answer to that
If you
question.
have the wrong data when you're doing your analysis, then the final analysis is going to be wrong. If you have using the wrong data, it's that simple.
Yes,
Right? You don't have to be a scientist to figure that
Fergus
out.
used the wrong data.
yes. That's,
Okay. If we could have Mr. Welcher's 33.
I don't know if she's letting him just go crazy on recross. She's supposed to be dealing with new issues. Why is they should be
open out,
objecting
please.
more. Improper
You were
redirect.
asked
Recross.
about whether the window is within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, could you go to the top, please?
Hank,
You see,
guess what? Jackson gets
on
to go
vehicle
last.
speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds right in those first couple of lines. Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I see
Yes.
vehicle speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car is still moving. Yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with text stream data, the car is still moving. Yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed. The car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about the time of the 10 seconds of data. Yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window. Yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the end of event 1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real life event.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the recording.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so after that window, 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12:32:16. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
Did you know at 12:32:16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved for the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12:32:12, which is in the 10-second window, and 12:32:16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't know.
I do not know.
This is outrageous.
Okay.
He's last. So
12:32:16 wasn't just that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was moving, there were steps.
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
Did you review anything to indicate that the steps were taken over the course of 50?
Objection.
So that's sustained.
You were asked just a second ago. What about the data? What's wrong? Then you'd be
whose error
wrong,
would it be?
correct?
Generally, yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
Generally, yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess's data and Dr. Welcher's data.
So if they're dead, it's garbage.
All right, Mr. DeSoger, you are all set, sir. So you can step down. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like.
Maybe she's going to tell him you don't get to recross every fucking
She's not
time.
telling him anything of the sort. She's checking
Ugh.
to see who their next witness is, how long they're going to take. Should she take the break for the day? You know, she's not telling Hank a goddamn thing. You know that.
I know.
You know it. I know it. Everybody
We
in the
all
chat
know
knows it. We all know it.
Ugh,
Oh, God. Oh, God. 3 weeks of Hank on cross. I mean,
Did you see this?
hey, listen, buckle up, y'all. This is how he's going to be with all the witnesses. This
Hey,
wasn't
Bob,
a one-off.
you're missing your Nettie comment last night. It could be
Yeah,
he was going.
I did. Yeah. I mean, it's possible. I feel like they should still make sure David's in there. Like you find witnesses to have him direct.
Just
He's
Jim
a very
says.
likable guy, and he's more importantly a Boston guy. You know,
Hank
it's
tried.
like I sit there
sorry.
wondering if, you know, the fact that Hank's got that heavy duty Boston accent, if that like plays well with the jury, like if they find him more relatable. I'm curious.
He's usurped some shit.
He's usurping things. He's usurped a Boston accent. So I don't know. All that kind of shit goes through my mind in terms of relatability. Yeah, look, that whole thing. If you think any juror was sitting there like diligently taking notes, like, there's not a chance. I mean, the takeaway, if I'm a juror, and I say this objectively, despite my huge bias in this case, my takeaway is that dude's numbers were fucked up. So if this guy's numbers were fucked up, it's because dude's numbers were fucked up. So I can't trust dude's numbers.
Well, that's what just Jim said.
Right. Well, that's what Alan ended with.
All right. Jurors,
We're ahead of
we
time.
did that to have me decide whether I'm going to let you go home now or not, and I'm going to let you go home. So that 5 minutes, that just means that you get to go home, because we know we'll be longer. We don't want to do this to you, okay? So we'll break for the day. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case
Do you
with
need bloop,
anyone.
bloop, bloop,
Don't
bloop?
do any independent research or investigation into this case.
Bloop, 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 bloop,
See,
bloop, 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 bloop.
see
You're
additional caution.
That's
Please
it, we're
be very
live.
careful. Continue to be careful with
How
your
much
social
blooping?
media use. We will see you Monday. Monday will
No
be
blooping.
full day. We'll start right around 9 on Monday morning.
Sure you
See
will.
then. Have a great
Sure.
Please rise for the jury.
Hank tried so hard to prove DeSorga's data was wrong. Meanwhile, all the data he used was the Commonwealth's. Hank's an absolute idiot. Lisa Selver says, thank you to the person who donated the membership. New member here. Hank slamming his hands and yelling unnecessarily is why people detest lawyers.
Aw,
Yeah.
family hug. Yeah, I mean, Hank's
We'll come back. I'll come back in 5 minutes for the voir dire.
Oh my God, who are they voir diring now?
Maybe. It's got to be ARCA. He's probably doing one of the ARCA people next, just like we've been saying.
They've already voir dired Arca.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe it's voir diring them on the new shit.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's possible. Long day for Mr. DeSorga. Full day on the stand. Whew. That's not fun if you're an expert witness. Be stuck up there for full day, couple days. He handled it like a champ, though. He never got flustered.
No, he was good.
Yeah, he's a good witness. He's a good witness. Like, he could have been more combative. Like, if he was a douchebag like Welcher, like, he would have just flat out said, well, I was relying on Burgess's shit, man. So I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I'm not the one that was hired to try to frame an innocent woman. That was your guys.
I don't remember. Sorry, babe.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
That was the end of my thought.
Oh, I wasn't sure because I have bad habit of cutting you off. I don't recall Hank ever saying, "Did you tie this infotainment time to match?" I mean, like, why would?
Yes.
It just doesn't make any sense what he's saying. How could the analysis even work if the time on the infotainment center updates to take on the cell phone time? You'd have like if the car's running and you make a call, your phone's not plugged in, and then along the way you plug the phone in, you make a phone call. You're telling me the time in your infotainment center's data changes, and there's going to be a huge gap in the time. And if that were the case, then you can't use any of the times to go backwards and tie it to an event in the car. I don't know.
Hey, if you think it's confusing, you know who else thinks it's confusing?
Hey, did we talk about that the publicly buzzed has got the glare on after this?
What?
Yeah, I think that we just set up a portal so people can get.
I did not. Did we set up a portal?
Yeah, we just got.
I was not aware. Will's going over to PB. That's what I'm talking about. Keep it all in the family over here.
So you guys will all be portaled there, and we suggest
magically
you stay and enjoy it.
Magically transported. I smell a bromance that will brew between those two.
Yeah.
Will and I have a pretty good bromance going.
Hank had a weasel accent, not a Boston accent. All right, Amy, positive pathways. Sounds about right. What's taking so long?
No comment. It's a very positive.
They're going to do all this at the sidebar. We're just going to sidebar everything.
We're going to sidebar the voir dire.
No, yeah, they can't sidebar voir dire. Yeah, sorry.
So, babe, I was pulling a lot of weeds.
Oh,
Uh,
that seemed like a god awful job.
yeah,
There's a lot of weeds.
there was a lot of weeds on
They
the
got away from us somehow.
I don't know what this us shit is. I can't ever remember you picking a weed.
I'm sure I have. I've been out there with you before. We both
Watching
had
me pick weeds? Yes, that's true. Wow, that looks hard, Bob. The way you're picking those giant weeds.
the-
Man, those things, they grow like weeds. It's like, I get where that saying comes from. It's like one day they're little, the next day they're 3 feet high. I'm like, what is going on? It's all those prickly sons of bitches, too. It's dangerous. No, we've got a guy who mows the lawn, but he doesn't do yard work like de-weeding and shit.
We've seen Maureen Hancock is the woman that looks like Bev. Like we've seen, there's just someone else.
You both need to watch Maureen Hancock's. Oh yeah, they're amazing. Yes, we've seen them, Jessica, many times. I love her.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she doesn't have a bigger following. Whatever I watch her on, I'm like, she's so spot on. It's so good. She looks exactly like her. And she sounds exactly like her. She's got her demeanor like nailed. Is she
anti-Karen Reed? Really? Why would she make so much fun of Judge? No, that doesn't make sense.
That don't make no goddamn Heisenberg.
The things she says.
That's true.
I don't think so. Oh, she says Karen's guilty. But I think she's saying it as the judge sarcastically, isn't she?
I don't know. Yeah. There you go. That explains why she doesn't have more engagement. That would I would never know from just watching the videos because she's like, I don't know. Like I never would have thought that she was anti-Karen Reed.
Yeah, me neither. I thought she was mocking the judge. Like if she said Karen was guilty, I thought it was like, in jest.
Oh.
She gave the O'Keefe family a reading. She's a psychic.
Tony Bailey, thank you for your $10 Venmo. Appreciate you.
She's a comedian medium. Wow.
Sounds fascinating.
The comedian medium.
Wait,
Watch out, Allison Dubois.
I think Bethany, thank you for your Cash App earlier today. And Johnny Miller, thank you for your Cash App earlier today. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So much. I'm trying to figure out this.
Poor Maureen's going to lose all of her followers now because people have been thinking she's.
I never would have guessed that.
I wouldn't have either. Like, oh, wait, I'm never watching that again.
I really never would have guessed that.
Well, CJ Coop says she grew up in Stoughton and knows the McCabe's.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
We have no bloops, Ernie, or we'd be blooping.
We're blooped out.
We're blooped out.
Blooped out. I think I used a couple of bloops in a couple of different situations, but we didn't have a big bloop bank. So,
No, I mean, we believe you guys that we just were unaware of it.
Yeah, I think
take your word for it.
When people are like chatting, they're not seeing that other people have already indicated that she's very, very anti-Karen Reed. Let's see.
Lucky is in the courthouse.
Yeah, like I saw somebody say that Lucky, who's
he's going to be next.
He's the plow guy. The plow guy. We all love Lucky.
Poor Arca.
Such a sweet guy. I mean, they've thought about their order a lot. It's like a puzzle. Lucky's next. There you go. So they must be voir dire. What are they going to be voir diring poor Lucky on?
That don't make no damn sense.
If Hank comes hard at Lucky, we're going to have a problem.
They probably want him to voir dire him. Maybe, I don't know. I'm going to talk some shit, but I got no clue.
I don't like what I'm confused as to what he's getting to voir dire him on. Like, voir dire is not supposed to be a practice run.
Right, but it could be that the defense thinks that Hank is going to suggest something improper. Hank's saying it's not improper. He's going to say that this happened, or vice versa. The defense has proposed something that Hank doesn't think he's going to say, and they're saying he shouldn't be able to get on.
I was on with Vinny last night. I spoke the truth, though. I gave it to Vinny like I gave him a real short answer. He's like, "So, what time do you think that Karen was hit by the car?"
That's what I was thinking.
I don't. She wasn't hit by the car. And he's like, he sat there like kind of just like blinking
waiting for you to
for like 3 to 4 seconds. I think I stunned him with the answer.
He was waiting for you to say something more, I thought.
No, it was like that's all I had to say. I'm like,
and that's all I had to say about that.
That's all I had to say about that. They didn't prove shit.
Nothing.
Next question.
He's like,
Robin, like his booker tried to get me on again tonight. I'm like, I'm coaching a softball game tonight.
You are unmuted.
Oh, let's see if Sweet Lucky's coming in. Got the get
now open, maybe see.
elephant trunk ready. Yeah, that is definitely not Lucky.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth.
Looks like Guarina.
Thanks. You take the stand.
Thank you.
I don't know who that is. Looks like a copper.
Wait.
Sure. Is she right outside the door? Do you mind, sir? If you can stay right there.
Sure.
And it'll just be a few minutes, okay?
I missed what he said. Rewind it.
Miss Gianetti, when do you need this witness back? Monday?
Oh, nice. Getting a little Dave action.
Rewind. I just want to hear what they said.
You need there.
Here's shit.
Oh.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thanks. You take the stand.
Thank you.
I know this is a opportunity. There is in this house.
Sure. Is she right outside the door?
I think it might have been. There's a witness here. We got to
Sure.
get.
Do you mind, sir? If
We got to get
right
off.
there.
Sure.
And it'll just be a
Let her
few
go.
minutes, okay?
Yeah, right now, bloop.
Like we don't have enough blooping.
Well, just to get us.
You'd be pretty disappointed in the amount of blooping we have. That's it.
Well, now we missed Yanetti's answer. When do you need
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Oh.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Kelly Dever.
And Ms. Dever, you've been summoned here. I think I saw you earlier. You've been here all day.
Yes.
All right. So we're not going to reach you today, unfortunately, but you were summoned to be here.
Yes.
All right. So that summons is still good until we reach you. So you're going to have to come back Monday morning. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you Monday morning. Be here before 9. Okay.
Will do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So just to explain, that's like a typical
Go ahead,
procedure.
Mr. Lessie.
Pause real quick so we can let people know, and then
Yeah, she's under subpoena.
to continue a subpoena if someone's not called. But it tends to suggest, and this is don't take it for sure, that is not a cooperating witness, because that's who attorneys are worried about, making sure they know their subpoena has been continued and a judge tells them you have to come back tomorrow, is typically when it's someone that is not working with you, not like a friendly witness who's coming because you asked them, and then you send a subpoena to their work just for, but go ahead. So that's all.
Gad.
That was a big compliment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh, I missed the compliment.
Or 9. Summons is still good until we reach you. So you're going to have to come back Monday morning. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you Monday morning. Be here before 9. Okay.
Will do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Oh.
Oh, geez,
There's
That was
his
a
compliment.
Big compliment, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
I don't
You've
know.
also been here all day.
Yes,
Sorry for making you wait.
no problem.
Do you know former State Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How
Oh,
do
it's
you
Fred.
know him?
I've known him since middle school, probably the 6th grade.
Grew up with him essentially?
Grew up with him, been friends for 30 years.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up,
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure other people can hear you, but this
So
old
can
guy.
we turn off the fans and the air conditioning? Are they all off?
All right, be honest. Is he kind of a D-bag? Yeah.
Absolutely, sure.
Much better, thank you. So you say you've known him since middle school, elementary school?
Yes,
Graduate high school with him?
I know.
yes,
Why did he need it?
And are you friends after high school as well?
yes,
Do you have his cell phone number in your phone?
I do.
Have you texted with him over the years?
I have.
In fact, were you on a group text chain with him that lasted a number of years?
Yes,
I would like to show you a document, sir, and I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself, familiarize yourself with it, and then when you're done, look up at me.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hank's trying to pretend like I don't even get what he needs voir dire for.
Would you like this marked for identification first, Your Honor?
Yes.
Any party to a text conversation can testify about it. Oh, well, he wasn't there when he sent it, but he could recognize his style of texting. That could be it. This could be it.
You realize him kind of being douchey in text?
I bet you that's the thing.
And for identification. And I'll do it back to the witness. Thank you.
thank you.
I don't like this shit because it sniffs like they're not going to call Proctor.
Well, sure, that's for sure with this. Yeah, Bell says could be.
They'll
They'd
haul
have the
his
best
ass
out
in.
there. They'd have
They
the best out
haul-
there.
Yeah, they would haul his ass in.
No, I'm just saying they'd have the best PIs out there, like
Oh, yeah.
24/7 for the last 2 weeks.
See if he starts laughing while he's reading them. We'll know if he's a douche, too. Yeah, I remember this one. It was a good one.
I mean, how much reading does he have to do? You just need to familiarize yourself. So you recognize it.
He's making sure he doesn't look like a total douchebag in these text messages. Okay, I see something stupid. This is probably the is she hot guy. She hot?
Hank has the old school exaggerated politician's Boston accent. It's not received well locally because it's not genuine versus Yannetti's accent. Thanks, Boris. Thanks for the hometown info. Stop dreaming just south of history. Stop dreaming. Could Proctor have flipped? Head out of the clouds. Head out of the clouds. Everybody wants to pretend it's possible. I just don't think it is. Even Bob and I have indulged in such fanciful thought. Right, babe?
Yep.
Maybe he'll just say this much. Maybe he'll fess up something.
I think he's all set, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, have you reviewed that entire document?
Yes,
Does that look familiar to you?
yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks to be a text chain with a group of my friends that I grew up with.
Okay. And so would all of those friends have been people that you went to high school with?
Not all the same high school, but the same time. Some of us went to different schools.
And you were friends during that era?
Yes.
And you've remained friends for how many years since then?
I mean, we've been friends for 30 plus years, probably.
Do you know precisely when that text chain started?
I do not know when the text chain started.
Months, years?
Years, definitely years.
And that's a portion, in other words, there's a start time and an end time to that, but the text chain started before the start time that's listed on that document?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about 5 different categories of information that allow you to identify the text chain. First of all, directing your attention to page 1. That is an unredacted version of this. Do you see your phone number on page 1?
I do.
And is that accurate in terms of your phone number?
It is.
Do you have a passcode on your phone?
On my phone, yes, I do.
All right, and have you had that for years?
Yes.
So as of January of 2022, you would have had a passcode to get into your phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the typing of text messages, you didn't appear to be too active on this thread, is that correct?
Not from what I see here.
Did you see one entry that you actually did text?
Yes, one.
Okay, and I think these page numbers, they're all numbered. Could you direct us to the page where you actually chimed in? And if I suggested to you, it might be 4 from the end. And you don't have to read the actual text, sir. I just want to.
Sure. I'm just trying to locate it. Yes, I see it.
Okay, and the time of that, date and time of that text as it's reflected on this document?
February 2nd, 2022, 12:38 p.m.
Okay, and what you
So
type.
I have a different copy.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's for the record. It's on page.
What's the
Oh.
bottom page numbers? The last 2 digits. 4, 5.
And for the record, reading what is typed there, does that sound consistent with something you might chime in a text message, a text chain of this sort?
I mean, it could be. I have no memory of actually typing it, but
sure,
that's not something. I mean, it could have been something that I would say. Yeah.
At the very last line of that text, do you mention somebody's nickname?
Yes.
And what nickname is that?
Chip.
And whom do you know as Chip?
Michael Proctor.
That gets
going
him.
back to the first page, there are a number of other phone numbers there. Have you checked your phone prior to taking the stand today to match those phone numbers with other friends of yours?
Yes.
And if you could, and hopefully you remember them all, can you list by first name only your friends who are included in this text chain?
Sure.
So,
I don't think it's necessary.
yeah. So let's not, if he recognizes, I don't want to put names out.
Oh, I don't either, Judge. That's why I was saying first names. But if that's sufficient that he recognizes.
Why don't you refer to the last 2 digits in the phone?
Sure.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. You see, I'll list the last 2 digits of the phone numbers that don't have a name associated with them. Okay?
Okay.
If I may just have a moment.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Okay, starting with the phone number that ends in 51. After you checked your contacts, is that a friend of yours?
Yes, it is.
Who was on the text chain?
Correct.
With regard to the phone number that ends in 68, same question. Is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Correct.
And with regard to 4-5, which is the next one, again, a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is you,
Yeah.
of course. With regard to 9-5, is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Yes, it is.
And with regard to 9-3, same question, friend of yours on the text chain?
Yes.
And then there are 3 numbers there, one that ends in 11, one that ends in 46, and one that ends in 82. Do you see that those particular numbers have a nickname associated with them?
Yes.
Those nicknames, do you recognize them as being also friends of yours who are on the text chain?
I do.
And then finally, there is somebody listed as local user. We'll get back to that one.
Okay.
With regard to the other ones that you've just identified, sir, have you texted back and forth with them on those phone numbers over the years?
Yes.
And also with regard to this particular text thread?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd also ask you, with regard to the content of these messages and who said what, and particularly focusing on the one that's identified as local user. Having read that text chain, were you able to determine who local user is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Michael Proctor.
And was that by the content of the messages?
Here we
that
go.
Michael Proctor typed that you recognized it?
Yes.
And with regard to whether this is a complete, accurate record of what it purports to be, what is your testimony in that regard?
I believe this to be a record of our text chain for this period of time.
Appears to be accurate and complete.
It does.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
This guy's cooperating. He's not being forced. Because he could be like, I don't know. I don't even remember. I only put one text in there. They picked the guy that had the least communication with him.
Just one more question for you, sir. Does the text message chain that you read fairly and accurately represent the circumstances of the conversation that was going on?
Yes.
Nothing further.
I would ask a couple more
Very-
questions. Do you recognize his tone?
Good afternoon.
Does he use a similar
Do you have an
tone?
independent memory of any of the text conversations in the package that you reviewed?
I do not have a memory of this happening.
Thank you.
Nothing on that.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to ask you to, you're all set.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to step down.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, given that unfortunately this witness was not reached by the jury today, I would like him recognized as well.
He has counsel here with him, right? Does he have counsel here with him?
What?
All right. Sir, you'll make sure your client is here when we need him?
I will do so, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Campbell. My office is in Boston.
And I'll speak with Mr. Campbell in terms of an appropriate time of day. He's been very cooperative.
All right. So, sir, you can leave.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Mr. Campbell. We'll see you. We'll let you know when we need you back. It's probably going to be Monday first thing.
Understood.
No independent recollection. Maybe he doesn't want to be there. Because why didn't you, Nettie, ask him that? Did that refresh your memory about it, though? But
We'll hear you, Mr. Yannetti.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is there's an objection, so I'd rather respond to the
No,
objection.
I want to hear you as to why this is admissible.
That's fine. Just have a moment.
she's getting ready to say no.
Yep. That's for sure. Good. We'll have to call Proctor. I want him to call Proctor. Just fuck that guy.
He authenticated them, though. But he had
So,
no
Your
independent
Honor,
recollection.
with regard, I assume we're just dealing with authenticity at this point?
No, we're dealing with both. You're the proponent of the testimony, so let's deal with both.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. So regarding authenticity, Your Honor, there are several ways that are either independent or connected with each other by which or through which a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are defendants having appealed judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth, and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a longstanding rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1, evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content, the substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics.
That's why I was saying a little more of that.
Welch, it was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth, with regard to Commonwealth versus Welch, which is again cited in their memorandum, this opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be. They stated that in Welch, the court must find that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case. And in fact, the messages were let in again because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so The defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay. That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street or the police get a search warrant and then they show up at a home. And rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden issue and you can't use hearsay to present a Bowden defense.
But you could.
Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites three principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with three factors. But again, none of the three principles that the Commonwealth cites is found in Sullivan at all. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up and put in a memo to ask this court to do something that the case does not support. And again, it has nothing to do with Bowden. So now we come to the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not. These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes.
Here's the issue.
Okay. Well, Your Honor, if you're
You can't call
going to
your own
allow this into
witness to
evidence, I'll
impeach
stop
them.
talking. Otherwise, I
So
have to make my argument.
I understand what you mean by insults.
Okay. So I won't even mention them then. The Commonwealth is essentially arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true.
Right.
That's a silly argument. Obviously, we're not. Hearsay has
It's not
three
hearsay.
components. These are all statements out of court. None of them are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner's not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston
State of mind
cop.
of the speaker.
We don't know if that's true or not true.
State of mind.
It's offered to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has input into the case. He can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense. It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind and to show his bias.
Right. Exactly.
As the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why. We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. She's going to go down for this. We're going to pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges. She's effed. Those are what he says about, those are the statements he makes about Karen Reed in the infancy of this investigation. And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind. The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's objecting to the admission of these statements. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that, but should the court allow them in, we're agreed on everything except for 3 entries, which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to sit here and go through each one. Just get me a copy of what you've agreed to.
Okay. So this is the only marked copy. I'm happy.
It's been a long day for the
And
lawyers.
you can take care of it and email it in.
Shut up.
Thank you,
All right.
Ron.
So, Mr. Brennan, I'd like to hear you on admissibility. I haven't decided admissibility, and I'll hear you on authentication.
Oh my God. It's going to put shit on the screen.
This is more than Bowden. This is bias
The first
in the
issue
investigation.
of authenticity.
This is where there's. I
This
think, an
witness
issue.
has no memory of any of
No.
the text messages.
That's not for authenticity.
I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable,
Yeah.
whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in sum and substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias,
Right.
nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But
Okay.
really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias, because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant? Is it material? And what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to
And you
admit,
call 'em.
deny, define, accept, and explain.
And you call them.
By putting these messages in with
Case law.
sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined. And then,
like
as
your
Mr. Yannetti
videos.
just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory
your
comment,
videos.
he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. that defeats the purpose of finding the value for which this is being emitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowden, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias.
Right.
And that
both.
purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable.
Your videos,
Distracting and
fuckface.
confusing to the jury, and it could be unfair for either side because it will lead to
Rip my hair out.
it will lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis. And so my position is, I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if
Then
the defense
call him.
wants the value, they should call Michael Proctor.
You call him.
Mr. Yannetti, do you want to respond?
I know we're 3 hours late from our, I won't belabor the points. I would state the following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate.
Or fair.
I would note, Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine which witness we want to use to authenticate and admit text messages. That's our choice, and we should not be deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages. There is no rule. There's no best witness rule in this case. I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance. His arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises. And in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have not called Michael Proctor. I think that's the whole impetus for this objection, so that we will call a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through basically his entire closing argument. He is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again.
Yep.
I would rest on that. Thank you.
Problem is authentication.
The very last thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes, it's not in compliance with Rule 14.
Okay.
We don't have any written communications with Ms. Deborah, and they've asked for all oral communications to be reduced to writing, to be turned over. That's not in keeping with
All right, so you're saying two different things. So you don't, this information doesn't exist because she has not had communications with you, right?
written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two different things. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing.
Nope.
We have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right, so I'll get a decision out on that before 4:30, and I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages.
Authentication.
Want to be heard, Mr. Brennan?
I thought you were standing up, Your Honor. No.
Oh, no, okay. All right, I'll see everybody Monday morning. Thank you.
Please.
All right, so here's the issue with the text messages. First of all, it's supposed to be like he should have said, do you recognize his tone? And is it from his tone? I don't know if they could have, maybe they couldn't get the guy to do that. But, you know, the whole distinctive thing that you're supposed to be establishing is because it's not only that the guy recognizes his own text in there, but that he recognizes Proctor's, because Proctor, he didn't ask, does Proctor, do you know Proctor to have a password on his phone? And in the 30 years that you've hung out with Proctor every other day, do you know that he doesn't share it? Oh, I've been at his house and his wife doesn't even have his password, you know, like something like that. Or at least whenever he writes my name, he calls me Chip. He's the only one that calls me Chip. And I know that that's him calling me Chip there. Or he always writes a certain word funny. He never uses, uh, capitals or, punctuation. So I recognize this to be his texting. I'm familiar with it and I know it. That's the kind of level you kind of need for,
Authenticity.
right.
Yeah. I mean, so she's taken under advisement, and somebody had asked, and I thought it was a good question. Could Proctor take the fifth? Yeah, I mean, I guess. Like, would he? I doubt it.
Right.
I mean, that would be a death knell to the Commonwealth case.
If he takes the fifth, his prior testimony would come in because he'd be unavailable. So I think.
Well, I mean, if they're calling him, yeah. I mean, either way, if he takes the fifth, it's a really bad look for the Commonwealth. Because I mean, you're taking the fifth because you are not going to incriminate yourself on the stand. It's a really bad look. I'd be stunned if he did. I mean, I don't think there's any prohibition against him doing it. So, and then I saw this. I hope this is not true, David James. Thank you. I'm about 90% certain I saw Karen Reed in a fashion commercial for Chanel yesterday. Has anyone else seen this, or have I lost my mind? I hope to God that's not right. I hope to God that's wrong, because all we need is a juror to see Karen Reed in a fashion commercial, like while this trial's going on, to be like,
yeah, that would be awful. And just while Bob's dealing with Scouty, just to circle back again to the whole fifth thing, if he were to take the fifth, his entire prior testimony would get in as former testimony, because he'd be considered then unavailable.
Grab one out of my drawer.
So it would be an exception to the hearsay rule.
Yeah. But wait, are you talking about this comment about the Chanel thing?
No, I just said the same thing with you on that, and then I switched.
It would be it would be a really bad. You're talking about bad looks. It's like, it's the last thing she needs is to have jurors being like, oh my God, this woman, she's now doing Chanel commercials. It would not be good. I hope it's not
good. Like, you should be more worried. They would think she'd be, I don't know. But Rebecca writes, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
I am so confused. Why wouldn't the defense just call Proctor? I can't see any possible bad side unless there's things we don't know, any ideas. I mean, we've been sort of saying the same thing, but there's always that risk, especially because Bob and I, we talked about this before. It's like, if they make us call him, he shouldn't be allowed to cross-examine him. He should there should be some reverse hostile witness rule that I don't think exists. But Brennan gets to say whatever he wants.
He gets to lead him.
Right. This is because you really meant this, right? And you really meant that, right? And you just said that.
Craft the story.
Right.
But Brennan gets, like, Yannetti argued it. He's like, he shouldn't be able to cross him and just be able to cure all his shit. Like, whatever Hank wants to make up, like how leading questions are.
Yeah. Like, this infotainment information is not really infotainment, but but that even wasn't leading. But I'm just saying, take that and apply it to the max.
Right.
What else, babe, do you think?
Come up with any excuse that he wanted for Proctor's behavior and the things he was saying, and he could ask him correct, and Proctor could say, yeah, that's it. Correct. Right. So it's a whole different thing. And, and it's not optimal for the defense to have to try to direct him through it either, because he's not going to be a friendly witness unless he's flipped. But the odds of him having flipped are.
But just out the history said the same thing. And then, but Bob, we were saying yesterday, it's almost so bad that they can't, I think that's probably what they're thinking, and that's what's going into it. But we have opined before, and I know Mark Betterow definitely feels this way. Like, doesn't matter what the guy says, there's no downside in calling him at all. But there could be stuff we don't know, and so yeah.
I mean, clearly the defense doesn't want to call him. Obviously.
Right.
If they're going through all of this, it's obvious that they don't want to call him. And it's primarily because they don't want Hank to be able to cross-examine him and rehabilitate him through cross,
Right.
in some way, shape, or form, potentially. So that's where the hemming and hawing is from the defense side of it, for sure.
Yep.
So
Megan says cops like Proctor become martyrs, and the rest of the cops, and the rest of the cops worship and take care of them. Cops don't believe other bad cops exist. I mean, that's
a lot of truth in that.
a lot of truth. PB Shelley, are these beyond even the text in the first trial? No, it's the same ones that they're
Same
dealing
ones.
with right now.
Yeah. And then Amanda V with the $5 super. So, all right, that wraps it.
Wait, no, there's another one.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Tracy says, just to clarify, these be Scottish. So they're not pounds.
Ah, thank you for that, Tracy.
I was gonna say, is that a euro? What is Scottish?
Scottish. I don't know if they call them pounds. Do you guys are they pounds as well? Scottish pounds? Like the euros is different. Remember, like the UK got out of it. The whole it was
welcome, Iris. What's Iris get, babe?
Family hug. All right, y'all. Mods, thank you for a week of very, very hard. We appreciate you guys so much.
do.
All of our mods are amazing. To all our new subs, we love you guys just like we love all of our old subs. You guys are all
wow. Brand new member gifted 5. Thanks, Iris.
Thanks, Iris. Thank you all. We broke 49,000. Hopefully we'll be hitting 50 next week. That would be amazing. Amazing. Well, you got to hit 50 first. That's the way numbers work. So, but we're excited about that. We're very thankful to all of you guys.
We love all our cupcakes if you're here. I don't know if that's the one that's been getting us the strikes, Mandy. I hope not.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's like it's our foul language, and then or it's like a picture of John's arm. Like I submit them and they clear it, so it's not
our foul language. I have to stop.
Foul language. Your foul language. So, all right, we will be coming from an undisclosed location in Davenport, Iowa on Monday. Allie and I will probably have to take shifts as we're going to have to be doing some work, probably preparing for the big upcoming wedding. So, but it'll be swell. It'll be fun. Our friends have a really nice house, so I'll find a cool area to.
Chris said he had a place all in mind for you. Had the perfect spot.
Yeah. So, all right, y'all. We love you. I hope everybody has an amazing weekend. Take care of yourselves. Get some rest. Enjoy some good food. Watch a good movie. Take your mind off the trial. Don't spend all weekend watching Karen Reed trial stuff. It's good to reset every weekend. It's good. Spend some time with your kids. Get out to a ball game. Whatever you like doing. Go reset. It's going to be another long week of Hank next week. I want you to think of that. Keep that in mind. It's good to reset your brain over a weekend. Take a step back from this and be ready to rock and roll on Monday. All right, y'all. We love you so much.
Oh, right. You're all going to see the getting portaled over to Publicly Buzzed for the Glarer.
Right. Go watch our boy Will with our boy Steve. It'll be awesome. Guarantee it. All right, y'all. We love you so much because without y'all, I'm just an old man
talking about a lot of shit.